Good evening all, and welcome. Tonight, we have a collection of 50 cryptid stories in the rain. I'd also like to extend a special happy birthday to Charlie Riggs. But for now, it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. These events occurred 2 summers ago in the Grand Teton area. My boyfriend at the time, now husband, Harry, was an avid outdoorsman and also served in the military. I was an ecology major and wanted to spend more time outdoors, so he decided to take me on my first backpacking trip, just the 2 of us. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Grand Tetons are well known for their wildlife, specifically grizzly bears. My only experience with bears up until that point was watching a little black bear cross the road from the safety of my car, and seeing grizzly country signs around every corner wasn't doing much to calm my nerves. My boyfriend looked like Indiana Jones, machete hanging from his belt, large knives attached to each side of his pack, bear spray strapped to his waist. You get the picture. The beginning of our 25-mile journey was all uphill. When in bear country, you're supposed to make noise is to not startle the wildlife by accidentally sneaking up on them. As you can imagine, going up a steep hill while carrying a 40-pound backpack makes it difficult to make conversation. We were an hour in, and almost at the top of the ascent. I noticed that the woods had gone completely silent save for the rushing stream that was to the left of our trail. Silent woods are never a good sign, as this usually indicates a predator nearby. At this point, I was in front of my boyfriend, and we were about to crest the hill. For the past 20 minutes we hadn't said a word to each other, having been too tired to speak. We noticed the silence at the time, and gave each other glances of knowing. I came over the top of the hill, and immediately froze. Sitting not 10 feet in front of me in the middle of the trail was a grizzly bear. My husband wasn't aware yet, as he was behind me, so I did the first thing I could think of. While still in my frozen stance, I managed to take my arm and started flinging it wildly behind me, trying to get his attention. I was too terrified to speak. The bear went from sitting on all fours, not looking away from us once. My husband quickly swung me around so that I was behind him and started yelling. Being in the military, he knows how to yell. The grizzly wasn't quite fazed as it started to walk slowly towards us. At this point, I was on the verge of passing out from terror. The bear was about 5 feet in front of us when we heard a loud crack coming from the woods to our right. The bear heard it too, as he bolted towards the stream. A second crack boomed again, this time much closer than before. My husband said, "It's probably just some falling branches." We both knew this wasn't the case. At this point, we were walking quickly up the trail in an attempt to create some distance from the grizzly and those strange noises. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, and at the same moment, my husband stopped moving in front of me. He turned around to look at me, and I turned to look behind me. To this day, we're not sure what we saw. Back where we were standing was a large, dark mass, black-brownish. It looked to be 3 times bigger than the already large grizzly that we had seen just moments before. Its back was facing us, and then it stood on its back legs. It looked similar to a bear, but something about the shape was just off. At this point, it was probably stupid to run, but that is exactly what we did. We were aware of heavy footsteps behind us, but neither of us looked back. The footsteps eventually faded. At this point, I was a mess. My husband was doing his best to console me. "Honey, this is extremely unusual. The bears usually stay away from humans. We're gonna be okay. I'm sure this won't happen again." That was enough to convince me to continue on the backpack. Not another hour later, though, we reached a clearing where we decided to take a rest and eat a snack. About a minute after we'd sat down, I noticed bushes moving in line towards the clearing towards us. Out of the bushes comes this adolescent grizzly, who looks just as spooked as I'm sure we did. But he came straight for us. My husband, being this crazy nut, decided to charge back at the bear while screaming, "Bear spray at the ready." That did the trick and the bear ran off. All I could think of was just my luck. But that wasn't even close to what happened on the second night. Before we began our backpack, we had to let the ranger station know which trails and routes we planned to take. With this information, they usually send a ranger on horseback at some point during the backpack to check on you to make sure everything is okay. There were not many approved trails left for us to choose from, and it was just our luck that they were the most difficult. Apparently, over the 3 days we were on these trails, we had been the sole hikers, and we didn't see another person once we were en route. Anyhow, I guess we missed the ranger who came to check on us. We'd been following hoofprints the entire second day, and we hadn't seen any the day before. I had some foot problems, so we spent valuable daylight trying to adjust my bootlace and socks to compensate for the pain. When we started on the trail again, we had maybe an hour or two of daylight left, and in the woods it gets dark fast. I was exhausted. It was now dark out, and my husband was the only one with a working headlamp, as mine for some reason wouldn't even turn on. We needed to find somewhere to set camp up, and we needed to eat. It was freezing, and the wind was blowing, creating a howling sound as it rushed through the trees, which made it difficult to hear my husband or discern any other sounds coming from the woods. After another hour of hiking through the dark, we found a clearing. Well, it was more like a bowl. It looked to be about 200 meters in diameter, with the sides being about 10 meters down from the trail to the bottom of the clearing. This place was strange. We both felt it, though he didn't tell me how freaked out he was until we'd left. There was no moonlight, so all the illumination we had was from his headlamp, our small camp stove, and the flashlight that I fished from my pack. Half of the trees were dead or fallen just in the bowl. The vegetation everywhere else was very dense. To help alleviate my anxiousness, he started playing music out of his portable speaker. This didn't help much as it just echoed off the trees, creating a dissonance of sound. He also thought it would ward off any nearby predators. This is where we knew our anxiousness wasn't paranoia. The silence was back. There hadn't been a single bird chirp since we arrived at the clearing. It also may have had to do with the obnoxious music, but because of our previous experience, we decided to turn off the music and head into the tent. It was freezing. As soon as we were situated in our sleeping bags, we heard deep cracks and thuds echoing from beyond the tree line. Were they falling trees? There had been a lot of wildfires and very little rain this season. There was a thud. We both froze. That sound wasn't an echo. It came from inside the clearing, definitely not a falling tree. There was another thud. It came from right outside our tent. We both stopped breathing. His hands found mine, and we clung to each other paralyzed. Something dragged across the outside of our tent, making an indent as it went along. It was thin, almost like a finger. "What is it?" I whispered, shaking. "I don't know. Shouldn't be a person. We're the only ones on this side of the mountain." I was trying my hardest to stifle sobs, trying to listen to what was outside. I could hear steps, but couldn't decipher what it was. The steps stopped, and then the whole side of the tent was slowly pushed inwards. At this point, whatever was outside knew we were inside, so I flashed my flashlight at that side of the tent. what I saw made my blood run cold. It was in the shape of a human face, pressed into the tent wall. I could make out the nose and open mouth. Each time they breathed, it made the tent around their mouth billow in and out. My husband said, "Screw that," pulled out a Glock from his sleeping bag, cocked it, and the sound shattered the silence. The face pulled back and we heard fast footsteps heading towards the edge of the clearing. We didn't leave the tent until the sun was shining the next morning. The first thing we noticed was the smell of urine. We came out of the tent and looked around. Whoever it was had peed on our coals we had left in the fire, leaving a disgusting stench of evaporated pee. Footprints surrounded our tent, circling around multiple times. Muddy handprints decorated the outside of our tent. We think it was mud anyway. The takeaway? Wildlife is not the most dangerous thing in the backcountry. I am from Alaska. I was born into the Togeteli tribe in the center of Alaska in 1980. This is about 50 miles south of Fairbanks, in a small town called Nenana. There are several other tribes in the immediate area, and long ago there were far more before Russian and American settlement. I don't want to identify myself on accident, in case anyone from here ends up hearing this, but suffice to say that paranormal experiences are natural and expected as part of my ancestral heritage. As a child, my grandparents told my father strange stories of the Stickmen, who were eaters of men. They especially loved the flesh of children, and newborn babies were considered delicacies by these spirits of the forest. One time when Nenana was first being settled by Gusok, white people, there was a hunter who came from faraway lands to settle the wilderness of Alaska and hunt its bears and moose. He took a small party of hunters and native guides into the forest, deep into the countryside to the marshes, where moose and bear frequented. Far down the Tatana they went, shooting every animal they saw: squirrel, moose, wolf, porcupine. The natives were silent and led the men on, afraid to question their violent, wasteful ways. Until late one evening, the hunter called his party to set up camp and rest. They chose a quiet spot in a field, where they could see all around them in case wolves decided to try and sneak up, and they rolled out their blankets after dinner and went to sleep, leaving some to take turns watching for animals. The hunter had fallen asleep quickly, content on his bed of furs and blankets. He had dreams of sunny days, perfect for hunting the famed Grizzly. He was awoken by the sound of cracking sticks. He found this odd, as they were in a field, but perhaps it was the men rekindling the fire. He peeked out of his tent to check on the encampment. Horror of horrors. There were pools of blood on the ground, but no corpses. He watched as a man, bundled tightly in his blankets, was lifted up by what appeared to be many small moving sticks and carried off towards the edge of the camp. The man woke up from the gentle rocking of his convoy and screamed, alerting the remaining hunters in the camp, who jumped up and reached for their guns. They were quick to draw but were confused by what to fire at, as mostly they just saw sticks on the ground moving in ways that were impossible. They decided to run, because there was nothing clear to shoot at. But as they ran together, they were chased by giant animals that appeared suddenly from the tall grass. The hunter waited until the men were being chased by all the animals, then jumped from his tent, and without looking back when he heard their screams, ran as fast as he could. A week later, he showed up in Nenana, crazed, exhausted, and on the edge of death. He related his story and then perished, for he would constantly wake up screaming if he tried to sleep, and thus could not rest. A version of this story is common in my family, though some details change with the storyteller. My father has seen the Stickman on a hunting trip, and like this apocryphal hunter, he has been crazed and terrorized by the memory ever since. It is said that though the Stickmen go by different names and come to people in different shapes, that there is some regularity to their appearance. They generally come as either sticks, which blend in with trees or the ground, until you come upon them, or they can visit you as an animal. This animal is usually described as either a large deer or a small moose, which can move incredibly quick for how awkward it seems to be hunched on its legs. They appear as pale or white animals, and though they usually do this to intimidate men and women, they are hungry beings who feast on the unwary. Seeing a stick man, one may be haunted for years or their entire life afterwards, but in some cases it is considered good luck, as if a stick man is uninterested with you. It means that you have powerful ancestors surrounding you. You can usually anticipate the arrival of a stick man, as the entire forest will go quiet around you for as long as they are in the vicinity, and sometimes they will speak to you and to each other. When this happens, they sound like a raspy whisper, mixed with the rattling of dry willow branches, a light chattering. Do not camp where the forest is silent, and do not look into the eyes of the stickmen, for they will drive you mad with fear. I have never seen these spirits personally, at least. I can't be sure. My only experience with one potentially happened outside of Carson City, Nevada. I was driving alone in a big Ford pickup truck late at night, when I noticed what originally I took to be a deer on the side of the road. This was no deer. It ran like a dog or cat, staying close to the ground in a liquid motion, whereas a deer would bounce or gallop as they ran. It also moved upwards of 30 miles an hour, and when it turned and ran down the hill, I realized it was much larger than almost any deer I'd ever seen, yet lacked antlers. Please, ask your questions if you have, and feel free to share your own experiences below. I live in rural Idaho, about 5 miles from a reservation. Growing up, we heard all sorts of stories and legends surrounding the res. I have to admit, I was a bit of a skeptic when it came to the things we heard. My best friend and I have always been drawn to the paranormal. When we were about 16, 17, we decided we'd go for drives on the res at night. The area we live in has a very tight-knit community, and our little town has just over 10,000 people. We basically have no crime, and everyone feels pretty safe, so driving around at night is no big deal. We went on our night's drive fairly often, with no experiences to note. One day, we had heard a story from someone at school about an abandoned schoolhouse on the other side of the reservation. Just past the schoolhouse, there was supposed to be a small bridge that went over a large farming canal. The story was that if you drove to the bridge and turned off your car, you could hear water babies. If you don't know what water babies are, they are a Native American folk tale. They're supposed to be sprites in the shape of babies or young infants, and hearing their cry is allegedly an omen of death, or perhaps something terrible. So anyway, we decided this was going to be our next driving destination. Neither of us had ever heard a water baby cry, so we were interested. That night after dark, we jumped in my car and started driving out there. The closer we got to the schoolhouse, the more uneasy I began to feel. We drove past the building that was supposed to be the schoolhouse and stopped on the bridge. I cut the lights and killed the engine. There was silence. There was no sound but the rushing water below the bridge. We sat there for what felt like forever, but in reality was probably no more than 4 to 5 minutes. We heard nothing but the water. We started joking about the stories being fake and decided that it was time to go home. The keys were still in the ignition, so I simply tried to start the car. Nothing. The dash lights lit up, but it just wouldn't turn over. I'd never had any problem with the car before. I tried a few more times while talking to my friend, not wanting to freak her out. About the third or fourth time, I turned to her and said, "I don't want to freak you out, but the car won't start." Her eyes grew wide and she responded with, "You're kidding me, right?" I wish I had been. We sat there for a minute just staring at each other, not knowing what to do. If we called my mum, there would definitely be some arse chewing for being out on the res so late at night. So we decided to call one of our friends that had a truck. If the battery was dead, he could give us a jump. If not, he could tow us back to town, I suppose. So we called and waited, sitting in the middle of this bridge in my dead car, frustrated from the lack of experience and car troubles. We just wanted to go home. That's when I saw it. It's a well-known fact that the reservation has packs of wild dogs that roam around, killing livestock, and there have been a few instances of them attacking kids and putting them in the hospital. This was no dog. I've seen coyotes and wolves, and there was no way in hell this was either of those things. It was skeletal, like a malnutritioned animal, and walking on all fours, slow and low to the ground. It was walking along the canal towards the bridge. I smacked my friend, making her turn to look at what I was staring at. We both stared in disbelief at this creature slowly coming towards us. Instinctively, I honked the horn. At least that still worked. That's when things got really weird. This thing stood up on two legs, arms limp at its sides, and I legit screamed. I had never seen anything like this in my entire life. The best way I can think to describe it is it looked like Professor Lupin's werewolf form in Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. It was massive. It stood between 8 to 9 feet tall and was staring at us. It took a few steps forward, and my friend and I were frozen. We were trapped in a car that we couldn't start. As it slowly started walking towards us, headlights appeared in the distance. As the lights came closer, the creature dropped back to all fours and took off for the hills where I assumed it came from. Our friend pulled up to help us, and both my creeped out friend and I kept quiet about what we had just witnessed. He walked up to the car, and I rolled my window down. He suggested we push the car off the bridge to the side of the road and pop the hood. So I threw it in neutral, got to the side of the road, and my friend asked me to pop the hood and try to start the car. So I did. The damn car started right up. I don't know what caused it to not start before, but that night I had an experience I'll never forget, and I don't go out on the res anymore at night. I'd rather not see whatever it was that night again. This happened somewhere around the mid-2000s when I was in middle school. I was staying at a friend's house for the night in the backwoods of Michigan. Immediately behind my friend Jay's house were a few acres of woods that led to a lake. If you went straight back into the woods from his backyard, there was a path that went straight to the lake, which was intersected at 90 degrees by another path about halfway to it, probably a quarter of a mile from the backyard to the lake. If you went straight down the path from the backyard that turned left at the intersection, the path was a downhill grade followed by a flat portion, followed by an uphill grade, which eventually ran into a 2-lane country road. One of those 55-mile-per-hour ones that goes on for miles, with not so much, but 1 or 2 houses. It was late in the afternoon. The sun was beginning to set. We, being middle school boys, were running around the woods all afternoon, playing with fake weapons and stuff. Good times. Absolutely nothing leading up to this point was strange. No weird, eerie feelings, no odd, unidentified sounds, no paranoia or ghost stories prior to playing in the woods. Just two bros running around having a great time. We were basically pretending to be army guys. At one point Jay decided to run off, saying something about flanking the enemy. He dashes off to my left. I started creeping through the woods, pretending to get bad guys as I went. I found myself standing at the intersection described earlier. Straight forward was the lake. To the left was the path that went down, then back up to the road. I was standing looking diagonally between the two paths when I hear some faint sound slightly off to my right towards the lake. What I saw made my whole body tingle in the worst possible way. About 50 feet, maybe more, maybe less, towards the lake and just behind a tree, I see this face and shoulder peeking around it. The most terrifying part was that it was probably 2 feet or more higher than you'd expect a human's head to be. Before I could probably observe the face, which was undoubtedly hairy, it snapped back from behind the tree as it realized I could see it. The color of the figure I saw was light gray, like your average cement sidewalk. Because of that, I was unsure of what it was. My first few thoughts were sheer confusion and fear. Then in my frozen state, I remembered that Jay was wearing a shirt almost exactly that shade of grey. I tried whisper shouting his name, Jay, towards the now hidden figure. I called out maybe 2 or 3 times, went off about 50 feet behind me and to my left. Down the path leading towards the road, Jay emerged from the thicker trees. This was the complete opposite direction from the figure I saw, and there's no way he could have snuck around me in that short time frame. To further drive the point home, it was fall, and the ground was covered in layers of dry, dead, deciduous leaves. The crunch from the leaves was very distinct and could not be avoided. Jay had heard me call out, and from just down the slight decline, he looked up and asked what was going on. I pointed off into the trees where I had seen the figure and said in a normal voice, I saw something big over there. As soon as I finished that sentence, I mean the very second, whatever I had seen started stomping off towards the road, parallel to the path we were on, but probably 50 to 100 feet deeper into the woods. Woods which were too thick to see anything at that distance. For some godforsaken reason, we tried to run after it. Jay and I were athletic as 6th or 7th graders could be. We played tons of sports and were quite fast. We were hauling ass down the path parallel to the beast, as fast as we could sprint, and yet it was absolutely smoking us. The road, if I remember correctly, was a solid quarter mile from the intersection of the two paths. We had maybe just finished running down the downhill portion when this monster was already at the road. And believe it or not, we could tell where it was from the crunching leaves, and you could hear its massive footsteps clear as day while running. When we realized it was getting to the road, we also realized a car was coming. I kid you not. As soon as the crunching leaves stopped and the thing stepped out onto the road, the car slammed its brakes and pounded on the horn. Its tires screeched for a solid 3 or 4 seconds at least. When the car finally stopped, we heard the leaves start crunching on the other side of the road, and the car slammed on the gas and peeled out of there like a bat out of hell. Keep in mind, we could only hear all of this. We didn't see the car, so there was no way we could ever track down the person to ask them what they saw. But I wouldn't be surprised if their story is out on the internet somewhere. About that time, they almost turned Bigfoot into roadkill. We made our way to the road, crossed to the other side, and it was mostly flat woods as far as the eye could see. Nothing but trees, no sight nor sound of the beast. We waited for a bit and then went back home. A few things to note. Was it Bigfoot for sure? I can't say. But what I do know is that it was tall, hairy, grey, and 100% bipedal. There was absolutely no mistaking the sound of it running. It's funny though, there are descriptions and videos of Bigfoot walking and moving far faster than a normal human. But I'm almost sure this thing was sprinting. The speed at which it reached the road was utterly unbelievable. It ran 1/4 mile in probably close to 20 seconds. And trust me, I understand how absurd that sounds. When I was 13, my mum decided I would be going to military boarding school. It was located north of Mexico in a place called Durango. Durango is known because it is home to many creepy things: drug cartels, the zone of silence, ghost towns, UFO sightings and the like. I was in that school for around 6 years, and one day a friend invited me and other students to go to his hometown to have some tacos with his dad, a well-known rancher. When we arrived to the town, we were on his house having some drinks, and eventually he decided it was time to go. We hopped into his pickup truck, and he began driving right when the sun was setting. After about half an hour, everything was dark, and he had to turn on the headlights. I was on the front seat with my friend, and we've just arrived to the place. He slowed down his car, and we could hear the nocturnal wildlife and some scratches on the car from branches and plants. The headlights allowed us to see just enough to distinguish shapes. He stopped the car right in front of a little lake, and we could see some bushes and trees around the water. A few meters in front of the right headlight, we could see what we thought was a rock. The guys started unloading the truck while they joked around. My friend and I were still in the front smoking when all of a sudden he said, "Did you see that?" while he pointed to the rock in front of the car with the tip of the cigarette. That just moved. Since I've always wanted to see something paranormal, I remained still. We were both looking at this rock when all of a sudden, the thing turned its head to face us with, I thought, what looked like the face of Gollum. Big, round, yellow eyes and arched back. And I turned to my friend. He grabbed his gun and quickly got out of the car and fired 2 shots into the sky. All of this while people are still unloading the truck and making a fire for the grill and such. I heard a few scream. I saw how this creature looked up to the sky, turned around, and hopped into the water. Right after that, everyone began asking, "What happened?" My friend told us that it was actually a common sight. He explained that his father and grandfather often saw the creature when they were hunting. He said that they called it hombre rana, or frogman. Just a few of the guys saw the thing. We still had the tacos and everything. We were a little creeped out, but we assumed that the frogman was probably more scared of us than we were of him. I saw many terrifying, creepy and odd things in Durango, but the frogman takes the cake. A cool autumn morning in mid-October is where our story begins, in a small but quaint town near Clemson County, where the Tugaloo River stands. My friends and I, Elle and Jay, went up to the mountainous region to enjoy a weekend full of camping. What we planned to do, aside from lodging and camping out in a rustic cabin, was to hike the vast trails and rugged terrain, to hunt for our meals and sleep underneath the stars. Our trip was planned in advance, and as such, all of us thought we had everything covered, every contingency prepared for. But as we would later discover, we were horrifically wrong in that assumption of ours. Our first morning in the mountains was met with a beautiful sunrise, the likes of which I doubt any of us had ever seen before. Steadily it rose to grace us, blessing all its light touched with warmth and loving radiance. Groggily, I got out of bed, still exhausted from the previous night, as I was the one who drove for the last half of the trip. After waking up a little more, I got dressed and headed downstairs to meet the rest of my group, L and J. As we gathered and sat down for breakfast, we began to discuss the first thing we would do that day, laughing our asses off as we joked and prodded at one another, teasing, making jabs in an effort to get one of us to drive about the area, so the others didn't have to. We finished packing for the day ahead of us and loaded into the car, the attempts at persuasion from earlier failing me, as I ended up driving yet again, and so began our trek into the wilderness around us. Works for me, I thought, as I drove down the winding trail. I get to see it all up front, while those two make out in the back seat. Now to each their own. I know, but I was a little bit disgruntled at them for not taking in the scenery, so I decided to sweeten the mood. Apparently swerving on a winding incline was not the best course of action, even jokingly, as my prank was soon met with a hard smack to the face. "What the hell?" Elle exclaimed. "Are you gonna be retarded the whole trip?" I chuckled. "Calm down, I was just horsing around. I mean, you two are having your fair share of fun. Isn't it right I only get to have mine?" Elle sneered and said, "Please don't do it again. You just about made me wet myself. I thought we were gonna perish. If you're gonna joke around like that, at least make sure we're not on a narrow bend like this, okay?" I sighed. "Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies, Your Highness." After a while, I chuckled again and said, "You know, if I want to be lectured, I'd stay at home and have my ear talked off by my mother." We'd finally reached our destination. The fallen leaves decorated the forest floor, crisply crunching underfoot as we made our way further into the hiking trail, walking deeper into the wooded realm that encompassed us. The trail was peaceful, filled with moments of silence and beauty, all of which was jovially brought to an end as Jay, being the country fan he is, began whistling a beloved tune. Soon we all chimed in, singing "Take Me Home, Country Roads," as none of us could resist the urge to sing to such a camp-friendly song. We continued humming various melodies, the last marking of the day's end as the sun began to set. The final tune escaped our lips as the moon began to rise, signaling the night's arrival, and with it, the subjects to its rule. The moon's full paleness and eerie light crept through the brambles and thickets of branches, its sickly touch sending chills down our backs. A cold shiver ran throughout our bodies, and Elle began to cling to Jay, obviously frightened, and said, "Bill, maybe we should get going, like, now. You see, Elle's my best friend, and in the time we've known each other, whenever either of us gets a bad feeling, we take heed and turn away from the supposed risk." Just as we started to head back in the direction of the car, a shrill cry rang out, a deafening and blood-chilling wail that snatched away whatever peace and tranquility was left in that night. We stood frozen, with fear as our shackles, anxiety and uncertainty the ball and chain. "What the hell was that?" Jay quickly asked. Elle hugged him tighter. "Did you hear that, Dill?" We began to scan the area around us, making out whatever we could in the pale moonlit night, our ears twitching at every sound they heard, our hearts slowing to a rhythmic pump as we fixated on something in the distance. What appeared to be two glowing, whitish-yellow orbs were in a nearby tree. As quickly as we saw them, the orbs vanished, and that horrific wail resounded soon after, leaving us motionless from fear. Courage or stupidity took hold of us, and we booked it back to the car against our better judgment, as running from a predator was a bad idea due to their instinct to hunt and give chase to fleeing prey. We all came to the unified and unspoken decision that staying there with that thing was a worse idea than doing nothing. Finally, we made it. J and L got in first and I followed suit. Again, in the driver's seat, and I started the car. As soon as the headlights flicked on, there, in the brush, just barely visible but perceivable enough to make out from its most horrific visage, stood an actual monster. There are no other words for it. Its sickly pale yellow eyes stared into our souls as we looked back with the utmost horror imaginable. Our gaze met. It knew we were terrified of it, and honestly, it took pride in such a notion. Its skin was a reddened color, like tanned hide, only slightly darker, while its face, from what little we could see, was sharp and angular. On the next tree to it lay one of its grotesque hands, just as monstrous as the rest of it, adorned with claws at the tips of its curled, elongated fingers. One leg was partially visible, and, much to our dismay, was bent and misshapen. That's when we knew, if this was a prank, it was the best damn prank ever, as no human leg is able to bend like that. Imagine how a dog's leg would be, or some other animal, with the knee bent backwards, heels resting off the ground, all the while the pads of its feet lay nestled on the forest floor, its sharp claws digging into the dirt and leaves beneath where it stood. Then it cracked what appeared to be a smile, revealing rows of sharp and gnarled teeth, or dare I say, fangs. All of this, as drawn out as it seems, happened in the span of a minute or two. Just as quickly as we saw it, though, it slithered away back into the brush. What in the ever-loving hell was that thing? I asked, fear stinging my throat, tears burning my eyes, with L and J yelling at me to drive away. I snapped back to reality, threw the car into reverse, turned around, and gunned it down the path. To hell if it was a narrow road, and on that notion we agreed. After what felt like an anxiety-ridden eternity, we finally arrived back at the cabin and slowly made our way inside. Not out of nonchalance or lack of care, but from shock and exhaustion, complete with utter disbelief. We all decided to sleep in the same room that night, huddled around one another, cold and pale as the grave. L was passed out from all the excitement of it all, while J was soon to follow from a rundown of his adrenaline high drive. But I managed to stay awake for a while longer, gripping tightly onto my hunting utensil as I sat on the edge of the bed. I tossed and turned and awoke at every sound that came from the woods, unable to get any decent sleep for what seemed to be hours upon hours, until I finally gave in to the idea of a well-rested night. Screw that. I gave a defeated sigh. I couldn't sleep. I went downstairs for a drink and a bite to eat, still on edge as my heart pounded in my chest. There I sat in the kitchen, eating my midnight snack, drinking away whatever that thing was from my memory. All of a sudden, as if on some dreadful cue, a chill runs down my back. It's the same chill I felt right before that creature showed up. A feeling of a lurking nearby danger, one that heralds the tendency for someone to proceed with an air of caution. A light tapping sounded at the window, and without thinking, I turned to look. In the darkness, two whitish, yellow eyes shone from outside, beaming into the cabin as whatever they belonged to searched around. Then, they rose higher into the air, resting almost above the window frame. Whatever this thing was, It was tall, frightfully so. It put its hand on the window, but in the moonlight it looked wet and redder than it did before. A fresh, vicious substance dripping from its claws. Slowly I backed away, and it did the same, but neared closer and closer to the door as it stepped from the window. Seeing the door was unlocked, I bolted for it and slammed up against it as it creaked, knocking whatever that hideous thing was away and locking the door. I heard a slight grunt and what sounded like a growl before it spoke. "Let me in, Bill," Elle said from behind the door, her voice deepening and becoming more sinister in tone. "There's a monster out here. Please don't let him get me." I stood there, weapon in hand, tears welling in my eyes, a gasp in my throat, and then it spoke again. But this time it wasn't in Elle's voice. Jay spoke, sinisterly and maliciously, taunting us to open the door. "Let me in, little boy, let me in." It slammed against the door and let out this horrific wail. Then an ungodly scream. Jay and Elle ran downstairs, looking as shocked and horrified as I felt. "Let me in," it demanded again. "Jay, open the door, please. It's not me in there with you." Jay became as white as a ghost, and then Elle fell to the ground, passed out from fear and disbelief. "Dylan, Dylan, Dylan." They began to laugh and then spoke in my voice. "If everyone else is having fun, isn't it only fair that I get my fair share too?" I blacked out after that. Morning came, the sun creeping over the horizons, slowly gracing us again. This sunrise was similar to the previous morning, and we finally understood why it had risen so slowly. It wasn't a gradual, majestic sunlight. It was quite the opposite. Disturbed, scared, reluctant to mantle the throne in the heavens above us. We finally understood, and after packing up, we got the hell out of there and never returned. The mountains grew distant and soon faded as I drove back home, although admittedly, I didn't mind being the driver this time. Elle and Jay refused to return there to the sprawling mountains, forested Providence of Clemson County. But one day, I will. I love the woods and mountains. Nature itself is too much to be deterred by whatever evil lurks within the darkness there. I just pray that when I do venture back to the Clemson County retreat, all goes well for me, and that I return alive and sane. Here's to hoping. For years I've been reading about skinwalkers, and only recently have I had a personal experience. I live in a suburban neighborhood that often has possums, ferals, and the like. I've never feared them. I was in my backyard one night, being melodramatic and burning some photographs, which had made me incredibly sad and negative. During that time, I felt an intense presence. I felt like I was being watched, and heard occasional leaves being crushed. I got freaked out and went inside. I fell asleep on my couch, and after a few moments from falling asleep, I heard a loud banging on my back door. I woke up my roommate and told him about it, asking to check it out with his gun. When we looked outside, we saw a cat sitting on the steps staring at us that eerily resembled the cat that we'd been feeding for years now. Except it was so wrong. Its markings were incredibly off, its eyes were human-like, and we both felt chills immediately after seeing it. I've read that in order to replicate a being's appearance, the skinwalker has to kill that being. But after, I did see our usual stray with her usual markings. This was incredibly eerie. I used to live on a farm when I was 9 years old. In fact, it was an old schoolhouse that was about 10 kilometers away from our neighbors, with lots of trees across the country and over half an hour from town. Being a kid on a farm with lots of room, I was always exploring the bush or being out with horses and cows. We had chickens, pigeons, rabbit, peafowl, pigs, pheasants, turkeys, geese, and many other birds. I was on my way to go find the horse this day. I was always with Tony, our lead horse. She was a white horse with a black mane and tail. She was more of a foster mother to me, and I could do things with her that would just be amazing. Tony and I had a very close bond. I would climb up her tail and nap on her back as she just grazed. I would climb up her neck, since she was a tall horse for a 9-year-old, even cling and run just around her legs. I would hide under her when I was near her and it started to rain, just as a foal would do. We used to play tag, hide and seek, and so many other games. She loved playing. This is why I was on my way to see her this day. I wanted to be with my best friend. Before you say little kids should not be outside without supervision, this was very common for me, since I even slept outside with the animals that I loved and helped care for. I was raised, if you are quiet, you will see things you'll normally miss. I always remained quiet to see the wildlife. I can't remember where our German Shepherd was, but it wasn't with me on this particular trip. When I started my trip, I knew I was probably in for a long walk, since she was likely on the other side of the property and across the lake. I crossed the pasture closest to the house, finding nests, interesting rocks, crossing the pasture to the tree line, and it took me about 15 minutes, listening to what kind of birds had what kind of song, and what kind of animal may have crossed through. You can always find out what kind of things are going on around you if you pay attention. As I entered the tree line, things went quiet, so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. I didn't think much of this since I probably disturbed the wildlife. No birds sang or put up a fuss as I got closer to them. There was no breeze, and the air was very still. It felt thick, and since I was 9 years old, I just thought it was the morning dew evaporating. Most of the trees in this bush were maple or fir. I knew there was a hawk nest nearby, as well as a fox den in a ditch about 10 steps to the right. We had become aware of this problem as some of these foxes had taken some of our chickens, but I was never mad since our hens always had babies each spring. I understood that even they had to eat, and they would only come to human areas if there was no other food source. Things were silent, not a bird or fox bark. I checked on the Robinson's nest to see if they were all right. As I peeked into the nest, the babies were awake, but very silent and didn't move nor blink their eyes. I moved back onto the cow trail and got the feeling that something wasn't right. No birds, no animals, not even a sound of my footfalls on the path. I moved very slowly towards the meadow that was about 500 meters from where the tree line started. It was very slow and very quiet. Halfway through the bush, I smelt it. Rotting flesh mixed with skunk, and a really bad smell of death. It's amazing how fast your senses will get used to a smell and you go noseblind. I looked around and didn't see anything, no movement, so I kept going, hoping to get through this smell. As I got to the exit of the trees, there is a meadow that always have deer, but this day I got more than I bargained for. I heard grunting and growling mixed with really rough voices, and someone had a really bad sore throat. I couldn't make out the words as I was still too far to understand. I stopped to listen as I could hear snarling, growling of some kind of big animal. It didn't sound like a bear or even a moose grunting. I laid down on the ground thinking I could sneak up and see what kind of animal was making this sound. I peeked through the trees and into the meadow, and I saw something, but I didn't know what it was. I saw 3 creatures that almost looked like really big deer, with their flesh rotting off in batches. I could see ribs and bones, as if the flesh was missing. Other parts were like brown hair mixed with a really bad case of mange. The big one had large antlers with many points. There was skin or something that was shedding off the antlers, and waved or fell off in pieces as it moved. Long ears like a donkey's. This side of its face had no skin at all, and was bare, yellowish bone. It was standing on its hind quarters, as if it were a human with a bit of a hunch. This one was doing the most grunting and growling. It was watching the 2 smaller ones and randomly pointed with its hands. It had hands, with long claws like talons. The hair this one had on its body was black. The skin was dark brown. This one was circling the other 2 slowly. I was expecting this one to join in the attacks. The hind legs were that of a big dog, but had hooves. I was not close enough to see the eyes, but I didn't want to approach it anymore. The smaller, darker one had a smaller set of antlers like a young deer, 8 points at least, but this one was a lot meaner to the smaller of the 3. Its body was lean, and it was quick. It moved in flashes, and when it paused, it took swipes and bites at the smallest. It was trying to use its hands with long claws and teeth, trying to attack the smaller brown one. I saw chunks of flesh being ripped off the smallest one who couldn't fight back, as well as the other 2. Its hands and claws were dripping with blood, and flesh hung from its claws in chunks. The smallest of the 3 was brown with 3-point antlers. Only one. Its flesh was bleeding profusely from its wounds. It snarled and bared its teeth while trying to fend off the attacks. There were broken bones, hanging out the flesh. The blood was so bright against its hair and skin, I could see it dripping from where the missing antler was ripped out or broken in the fight. This was not upright like the other 2. This one was on all fours, low to the ground, and having trouble trying to get a powerful kick into the attacker or a swipe. I saw that its right hind leg had most of the flesh ripped off already and the leg broken. There was bone on the lower leg sticking out and bending awkwardly. There wasn't much time before I knew this was a losing battle. I must have gasped at the sight when the big brown one perked its ears and turned to me. Its eyes narrowed when its gaze focused. The eyes were bright yellow, as if there was a light behind it, almost fluorescent. It didn't take its eye off me when it said in a really rough voice, "Leave. Go." I thought it was talking to me, but I was frozen in fear. I saw the 2 big ones run off into the trees and vanish, leaving the 3rd behind. I was not going to approach. I was too scared to run. But just as I was about to move, I saw the small one lift its head and look at me. It growled and snarled and slowly moved to where I was. I froze. I couldn't even move. I even held my breath. I saw this creature moving for me and I couldn't move. I could see its breath now, and instead of white steam, it was pink from all the blood. Hearing a horse calling out, I looked to my right and saw our horses running towards me. My horse, with her head down in attack mode. Her nostrils flared, and she was almost screaming out. Everything went silent for a moment. Her calls were so loud they echoed in my head. I wasn't sure if my life was going to be ended by my beloved horse, or this creature heading for me out in the open. I felt doom and danger and fear. I dropped flat to the ground and called out for our horse with the herd in tow. I've never seen them run so fast. The sound of their hooves pounding the ground, which sounded hollow at this point. I saw our horses herd, about 8 horses in all, heading straight for the thing. They attacked it. The first one to reach the creature reared up, and the others surrounded it in a half circle, almost blocking my view. But I could see between the consistent moving legs, the creature stand up, snarl, and snap at them. I turned my head to the lead horse, Tony, and she came running with her head down and slowed to stand next to me, gently comforting me. I stared where I was as I saw the horse herd drive it away. They stayed on attack until the things were out of sight. I hugged Tony's leg as I couldn't stand from fear. I saw her lift her head to call the herd. I was shaking so badly and breathing heavily. I thanked her for saving my life. She let me take my time to calm down, and I didn't let go of her. When I was able to stand, she guided me home, as I'd seen the other horses putting up a fuss, bucking and prancing, tossing their heads around as they ran back to their leader. I was scared of what was in the woods. It wasn't until I was home to ask my mum what the creature was that I'd seen. I described it to her as much as possible, and I was told deer or elk, and not to talk of it again. The next day after school, I went out to the same meadow. I'm a sucker for punishment, I know. I had to see for myself what really had happened, and I saw the blood-stained grass and dirt from where the fight had taken place. Fast forward to adulthood. I'm watching movies and hearing stories on YouTube, and that's when it clicks. I realized what I had seen and what could have happened to me when I was 9 years old if the horses hadn't saved my life. It's still creepy to recall this, knowing that these creatures were less than 5 kilometers from our home. I'm a big outdoorsman from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So of course, when I decided to go to college, I had to keep in mind that having some decent woods nearby was a must. Upon checking a couple of places out, I decided to go to Edinburgh University of Pennsylvania, or just the borough. The biggest plus about going to that university is that my Uncle Fred lived up there and was a well-known name in the community. He owns to this day a framing shop right in the middle of the small town area. This was a huge plus, since knowing people like that always equals more land to put spots in. That's all I really needed to pick the college I would be going to. Edinburgh is really cool because there are lots of old buildings and strange, flat landscapes as compared to the hilly land around Pittsburgh. So it was cool to figure out how to scout the game that I'd be going after once the season started. My main hunting area was directly behind my uncle's house. He has a beautiful log cabin that sits back off the road with woods on all sides of it. It was truly a thing of beauty. When he had the house built, he actually had the gigantic chimney made of flat stones that we found in the woods behind the house. As I was scouting the area for the first time, I came up on a few different circles of boulders in the middle of the woods. They were definitely very old. The boulders were quite big, much too big just to be moved there for some reason, like a group of guys came camping out. They must have taken at least 10 men to move, and only if they'd have had some kind of pulley system or something. There were also smaller rocks, and when I say smaller, I'm talking like somewhere around 300 pounds or more, making inner circles inside of the large boulders. I found a total of 7 of these stands throughout the property. Some of the rocks that were now part of the chimney, they simply had to be with the amount of rocks he used on them. Oh, and also these rock circles had made a much larger circle around the woods. After a few more days of scouting with my buddy Brandon, we were sure we had our spot picked out for our first day of archery. We couldn't wait to get out there. Perfect day too. It was great. The thing about Edinburgh is that it gets more snow per year than most of Alaska, due to the lake effect snow coming across Lake Erie. What happens is before the lake freezes completely over, the water, which is warmer than the air, pushes the clouds way up high into the atmosphere. Too high for them to actually snow due to the low temperature all the way up there. The clouds then come inland and fall back towards Earth. It takes them about 20 miles to do this, and Edinburgh is about 20 miles from the lake. You see what I'm saying. Anyway, on the first day of archery, which is in the first week of October in Pennsylvania, there was a thin layer of snow. This is perfect for archery, because you can see deer in the woods much more easily, and you can also see if any animal has left any tracks. If they did, they were fresh, since the snow didn't happen too long before that. In our trees for about 2 hours or so, neither of us had seen anything. I had just gotten off the radio with Brandon, who was on the other side of the property, when I see some movement over to my right of the pine thicket. I then see a branch move a little bit, and see 4 deer legs underneath. I readied my bow and my stance, as to make a good clean shot at the deer. Around 15 feet up in a tree, I did this very carefully. About a minute later, as I was looking for any movement, I lost the 4 legs inside the thicket. This was expected due to the fact that where the deer would have been is a common feeding area for them. So I waited. Maybe another minute or so later, I caught movement again. It looked as if the deer would break through the thicket into more open woods. The movement I've been waiting for. As I brought the bow up into a full drawn stance, I was stunned by what I was seeing. Where the deer should have been, there was a man. A strange man at that. This absolutely should not have been. If there was a man anywhere near where that deer had been, the deer would have been long gone, spooked back into the thicket. I put my bow back down onto the hook that I screwed into the tree, and lifted my binoculars to my eyes. At only 35 yards away, I could now see in great detail his physical appearance. He was rather rotund, with his belly leading the way. A white, long-sleeved shirt on with ruffles down the middle, just like the pirate shirt in that one episode of Seinfeld, if any of you have indulged. It was tucked into thick canvas brown pants, with pants being tucked into white socks directly below his knees. Further down where his shoes should be, there was absolutely nothing. He had no feet whatsoever, no calves, no shins, no shoes, and with my eyes wide open I mouthed to myself, "What the hell?" Instead of walking, he seemed to float through the woods, going from right to left. This is when I started noticing other extremely strange things about him. I looked through the binoculars at his head. It was cocked back with his chin resting down on his lower neck. His very large, red, bulbous nose up in the air, a bit of a snobby overall look. The hair, though, it was covered by a wig that judges in England wear. A white wig with 3 curls on the side of it, where his ears would have been. I noticed that he didn't seem to float through the woods. He was floating through the woods. His arms stayed tucked at his sides, unmoving as he traveled. He also never looked down. The way his head was cocked, he could have only been looking upwards. This is not any person or animal, as they'd be constantly looking down and around for obstacles that you might trip over. All of this happened within a period of about 20 seconds. He had come out of the thicket behind a medium-sized oak tree. Then, when he hit the next oak, he never came out from behind it. I watched in absolute astonishment for another 5 seconds, waiting for him to break his cover, so that I could see him again. This never happened. I told Brandon what had just happened, and was immediately made fun of. I expected that was what would be coming through the radio after I got done talking. He was just saying I should have taken a picture of the only deer/human or minotaur remaining in the world. I told him he won't be laughing when the deer tour came over to his tree stand and smacked his ass right out of it. Even though it was in the middle of the hunt, I had to get down and see what the hell just happened. I knew where he would have walked. Not only would I see his footprints in the snow, but it would have also been very easy to see even better tracks due to the fact the area we were in was full of muddy ground. A freaking hummingbird would have left tracks in this muddy mess. As you probably guessed, when I go over to the spot where he had been, there was nothing. I saw not a single track from him, nor deer, nor anything. I was utterly amazed. What happened later that night was just as creepy. So after I was done checking out the muddy snow ground where the man should have left some kind of footprint, I went back to my tree stand and climbed back up to the height that I'd been hunting from earlier. I radioed Brandon and told him I was back up the tree and secure. We always did this as a precaution, in case something happened while we were climbing the tree, or securing the platform of the portable tree stand. My old man's buddy, Bunky, actually saved his left eye from being completely blind and useless. He was practicing shooting from a raised platform when he slipped and fell off, driving a stick right into his eyeball as he hit the ground. This has nothing to do with the story, but all of you hunters out there should adopt this practice. You know, the more you know. Anyway, we're hunting the rest of the day, but not without periodic raging from Brandon, making fun of me and the deer tool throughout the rest of the hunt. I knew I'd be hearing about it for at least a week or longer. That is, of course, if the rest of the night would have been a normal one, which as it turns out, it was not. As twilight approached, I radioed Brandon and told him I was going to start getting out of the tree. Brandon was actually in a built stand that we found while scouting in the months prior, so I had him meet me at my spot due to the fact it was going to take me much longer to get my stand down and off the tree. Just as I thought, Brandon was walking up to my spot right as I was getting to the bottom of the tree. Once I got all the way to the bottom, I unhooked the straps that were around my feet, jumped down to the ground, and started feverishly explaining to him everything that happened. I took him over to the muddy area to show him that there were absolutely no tracks in the snow or mud. I definitely could sense he didn't completely believe everything I was telling him. I was able to sense this so easily because he looked right at me with his mouth agape and his eyebrows pushing up towards the middle of his forehead and said, "Are you messing with me, brother?" He was also able to tell that I wasn't messing with him when I looked at him in what I'm sure are some of the craziest eyes he's ever seen and said, "Hell no." When he realized I was 100% serious, he started taking inventory of all the things that I had previously told him, and we went back and forth trying to make any kind of sense of what I had witnessed. While we were talking to each other back and forth, we had failed to notice that nighttime was already upon us. It was that Stephen King full dark, no stars kind of night too, due to the fact that we were looking for signs left behind from the ghost guy. We were in a patch of woods that we weren't very familiar with. We may have been pretty close to where my stand was, but once night falls in the woods, it's a whole new ballgame. Still, the patch of woods we were in was enclosed by a triangle of roads. All we had to do was walk in a straight line, and we could come out somewhere on one of the roads, then just walk that road back to my uncle's house. So we began walking. Walking in a straight line in the woods is almost impossible without a compass, which I didn't have. So we were both figuratively and literally in the dark when it came to where we were. A couple of minutes into the walk, we heard a loud scream, as if someone were being murdered. Now I know what every animal in the wood around here sounds like, both normally or in panic mode, making death cries. I see videos often on YouTube of people recording a sound in their backyard that they think is a person who needs help, only to be a rabbit screaming from being attacked by some predator. This was not that at all. After waiting a couple of minutes to see if the screaming would continue, we started walking again in the direction we thought we should be going. We didn't talk much about what we had just heard, probably because of the anxiety we were both feeling. We couldn't ignore it for long though, because we heard another long, blood-curdling scream. It was closer this time, and sounded different. At first we thought it sounded like a woman being attacked. This new scream sounded threatening. Ironically, we felt like we were the ones being stalked and hunted at this point, and we still pushed forwards. After walking another 100 yards or so, we came across something very strange directly in our path. There were these weird, clear, gelatinous masses on the top of leaf litter. Now I'm at 32, which isn't an age that necessarily screams wisdom from my experience, but I've been in the woods since as far back as I can even remember. My old man taught me everything there is to know about the wilderness around us. So take it from me, these clear globs should not have been there. The only thing I could think of was that it was tree sap, but it wasn't. I poked one of the masses with a stick, fearing what they were made of. I had read a story about a town that had clear gelatinous globs rain down on them. A lot of these people got very sick, and if I'm not mistaken, I think even a couple of them perished from it. So needless to say, I was taking precautions. Their consistency was that of a thick gelatin, like if you made jello with only 1 cup of water instead of 2. Once we started walking again, we came across a good amount of this stuff. It wasn't all over the woods. Instead, it was directly in front of us as we walked, almost like something or someone knew which route we would try and take and marked it with these globs. Then came another scream, this time even closer and with a little something added in. This time not too far away from us, we heard leaves rustling and a couple of twigs snap. Something was definitely there. It could have been a deer, but this was unlikely. Whatever it was wasn't spooked at all, not from us or the threatening scream. It's easy to tell when you've spooked an animal when they start running. On top of that, most of the leaves were still very moist, therefore not making as much noise as they normally would. This sent our anxiety level through the roof. At that point, the only thing that was on our mind was getting the hell out of there. We were no longer curious about floating men, screams, or alien jelly. We just wanted out, which should have been very soon. The distance we walked should have come across a road by now, but we hadn't yet. Stranger still, we couldn't see any houses or street lights. But still we kept going, thinking we'd find our way out very soon. Our flashlights were now beginning to die, so we were definitely in a hurry. Which, by the way, is not what you should do if you were ever even lost in the woods. Cool heads always prevail in this situation. As we were walking, we started to see some pine trees. This was very strange, because we had thoroughly scouted the land. The only pine trees were over near my stand where we started. After seeing a few more, we got that foreboding feeling, almost like a sick, anxious panic feeling. We stopped for a minute to check our surroundings and found that the exact spot that we stopped was the same spot we started. We were standing right next to a pine tree, with a dead pine next to it that had a branch broken off and dangling still from the severed limb. How could this be? We had been sure we were walking in a straight line, but that must have been an impossibility, since we made a circle. We had no idea whatsoever how this happened, especially since we were in the exact spot we started from. Also very strange, we had seen my tree stand that was still hanging on the tree. It was very close to us, but when we started to walk out, it was nowhere to be found. We walked over to it and immediately found the trail that we had to take to leave the woods. It led directly back to my uncle's backyard. The trail actually went right past the live pine tree we had been standing under. There is no way we had missed that from the start. To add more to the strangeness, as we walked only about 20 yards down the trail, we see plainly my uncle's light that he had above his garage to illuminate his driveway. Our minds were blown, but at least we were able to get out. On the last 100 yards of the trail, we found more clear gelatin blobs directly down the middle of the pass. This was definitely crazy. They were not there when we walked in. We had both been on the trail when we entered the woods, and we would have seen them for sure. We heard no more screams after the time we heard the rustling of the leaves and the twigs break, but we had a strong feeling of being watched when we were still in the woods, and an even stronger version of the same feeling as we stepped onto my uncle's backyard. This is at the top of my list for scariest experiences in the woods. I've no explanation for any part of it. Not the floating ghost guy, not the screams or the globs, not the getting lost in the woods, and not the circle of boulders. I would love to hear from anyone who has had anything like this happen to them. There has to be some kind of answer, but at this point all I have is my story about what happened that night, and thankfully one other person who went with me through it. At least he's been able to validate what happened to people that don't believe this actually happened to us. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but I can assure you this, it happened exactly as you heard it. I know it sounds crazy and outlandish, but it happened. And that's a scary thing to think about next time you guys find yourselves in the woods. Something incredible had happened back there. I'm thankful that we were able to get out of the woods without having anything bad happen to us. What it did was made my wanting to understand the paranormal even stronger. One day I'm going to go back there alone and camp for a night or two in the hopes that something happens again, and that I have the strength to seek out whatever it was and get some answers. One night, the dog was outside barking, so I got up and went out to look. As I was looking outside, the dog came back in and left me alone standing in the darkness next to the shed. I soon became aware of noises in the shed, but put it down as wind. That is until it moved closer, and I felt a strong sense of dread surge through my body. I listened intently to the sound. It almost sounded like a person was on all fours scuffling around. I heard the noise. It was moving towards the shed door. I fled. I ran inside and slammed the door. I sat down and tried to tell myself that it was just the wind. At first, the dread was going away, but then I could feel it building up again. It felt like it was trying to find a way in, moving back and forth along the walls of the house. Then, I suddenly felt it inside the apartment. It had made its way into the kitchen. I'm still unsure how. The window, perhaps? I could feel it getting slowly closer. I was too afraid to look behind me into the kitchen, but I managed to jump up and slammed the door. I hoped it would leave, and it did. After this, I would hear it sometimes, just scuffling around at night. The alley at the back was dark and smelly, so I assumed it liked it. Now this next bit is truly a fault on my own part. I really should have listened to my own gut feeling. Months later, it's summer, and therefore very warm. I had the back door open, and I was on my laptop as it got dark. At some point, I turned on the light and sat back down. I sat facing the back door. My laptop screen stopped me from seeing the bottom half of the door. After a while, I started hearing movement outside and felt uneasy, but I told myself it was nothing. Yep, I sat there and told myself it couldn't possibly be anything. I know, foolish. The feeling continued to grow stronger. My whole body was screaming at me to run. Then, our dog comes running downstairs, stops in the middle of the room, looks at me, and then goes to walk outside. The way she did this was just odd. I pulled down my screen and watched her head towards the back door. As she walked out, there was this thing. It was a humanoid figure, crouched down by the door. Its skin dark brown like dirt and rot, with the texture of a burn victim. Hairless and skinny like it hadn't eaten in months. There it was. This thing that I had been of fear of for so long, right up against the doorframe, trying to make its way inside. The figure twisted its emaciated form around to follow the dog. It was crouched down onto its hands and feet. That's why it made a scuffling noise. I jumped up and threw my laptop to the floor. I ran upstairs and refused to go back down alone. The stupidest thing was that I doubted myself, and if it wasn't for that dog, I don't know what would have happened. Her look towards me when she came downstairs, I can only imagine she was wondering why I wasn't running away. A friend told me it sounds like a skinwalker. I don't know what it was, but I sure am happy that we moved. In the 1800s, as early Americans spread across the continent of North America, they began to encounter not only new and mysterious creatures, but also stories from Native Americans about these same entities. Some of these stories the natives told to the then newcomers dated back centuries, in some cases possibly even longer. Among these strange and bizarre stories that the natives shared with the early Americans were weird tales of giant men-like beasts covered in long hair. Sometimes they lived side by side with people. Other times they lived in caves or forests or mountains, hunting and eating humans like game. Some of the legends spoke of the giant hairy wild men, even eating each other as well. During the middle to late 1800s, stories began surfacing from just about every corner of the country, from the Great Pacific Northwest to the eastern woodlands, Great Lakes, and everything in between. Bigfoot has without a doubt been sighted all across the United States. Newspaper articles, letters from the time period, and all point to this reality. However real the phenomena may be, the name Bigfoot didn't accompany these tales in the beginning. The legendary nickname can be traced back to two specific Native American chiefs that lived in the 19th century and had the name of Bigfoot. Likewise, during the late 19th and early 20th century, there were two giant bears spotted roaming the Western American frontier. These massive animals were sighted so many times that the story was picked up by the media, and the bears were dubbed Bigfoot. These bears were apparently quite the sensation to the public at the time, and it stuck in the minds of the people well after the chiefs and bears had come and gone. The term Bigfoot began to apply also to this mysterious creature that we now know as Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Skunk Ape, Yeti, and more, from one side of the world to the other. That said, during the early 1800s, accounts from world-class explorers began to appear in the world news regarding these mysterious creatures with their tall frames, long dark hair, muscular bodies, and incredibly large feet. 1832, British explorer B.H. Hodgson is one of the first respected individuals to go on official records about the subject, stated he witnessed one of the creatures in the wilderness of Nepal. At the same time, all across America, reports were flooding in of similar creature sightings. The world-class explorer and Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Waddell was one of the next to officially spot a Bigfoot, back in 1899. 26 years later, another Bigfoot is located in the Himalayas. 1937 marked one of the first Bigfoot sightings ever reported in the state of Indiana. During the summer in the Cypress Beach area of Boonville, Indiana, a Bigfoot is seen. This sighting is the first of a steady stream of reports from Indiana over the next 3/4 of a century. From 1948 to 1953, several explorers sought after Bigfoot. Several of these explorers captured photographs and prints reportedly made by the legendary creature, including Eric Shipton, Peter Bryan, and Sir Edmund Hillary. Mountaineer John Jackson also found and photographed prints of the Bigfoot. In addition to mere footprints, he also discovered primitive paintings which seemed to depict Bigfoot. According to rumors, 5 years later, in 1959, Bigfoot feces were collected and tested by interested parties as well. At least one of the parasites found in the stool sample is said to not be identified. The remains of more than likely the same stool was smuggled to London by then famous actor James Stewart. What became of these remains cannot be said. However, there is no question Stewart did indeed smuggle something he claimed to be the remains of a Yeti to London in the year 1959. The following year, Edmund Hillary decides to make another expedition in attempts to track down the elusive creature once more. The expedition is led by Edmund and his team, but yielded nothing. It wouldn't be until several years later, in the late 60s, that the famous Patterson-Gimlin footage would be captured and shared with the public eye. This iconic video clearly shows what appears to be a large and muscular Bigfoot, with long dark hair, standing upright on 2 legs and moving through a wooded area. Anyone who researches the subject of Bigfoot has definitely seen this particular footage, as it's considered quite the classic at this point. It's been widely debated for many years. This video was credited with kicking off a resurgence in Bigfoot sightings across the country. It could also be argued that the sightings were happening the entire time, and people were just too embarrassed or ashamed to share them. In 1968, the very next year, a Bigfoot was spotted in Spencer County, Indiana. Many more sightings were to happen in the state of Indiana over the years to come. The Bigfoot Field Research Organization, or BFRO, has recorded 75 sightings in Indiana since the early 1970s. In addition, the Indiana Bigfoot Field Research Organization have also registered 91 unique sightings since the year 1973. I believe it's safe to say Indiana has had its fair share of sightings. During the summer of 2012, on the banks of the Yellow Lake in Morgan County, multiple reports of Bigfoot-like howls were reported coming off from the surrounding forest. That very same year in Sterling County, a police officer witnessed what he claimed appeared to be a Bigfoot standing at the edge of his yard. Safe to say, over time, there have been many different accounts from many independent witnesses. But my story? Well, in 2017 I was camping in one of Hoosier State's more extensive protected forests for several days. Typically when I'm backpacking, I'm used to looking for the wildest places with the least amount of people around. I like to enjoy nature, and greedily I love to have the trail to myself for the most part. That said, the area was selected due to its general isolation in comparison to the rest of the park's regular overnight campsites and much larger family-oriented campgrounds. However, it did allow for several other campers and horseback riders to camp in addition to just myself. On this particular trip, I was vamping on the 2nd year in a row. I'd recently switched from using a Chevy Blazer for off-roading in the mountains to a Kia Sedona for cruising around in comfort. and was loving it. Vamping was something I'd always wanted to do, so I was doing it. The minivan was converted into a stealth camper with GPS, Wi-Fi, and all the supplies I needed for a few days at a time. The back seats were removed, a bed was installed, and I had plenty of storage for my gear. When I found a place I liked, I'd stop and go for a hike. If I liked the area, I'd hang out for a few days, and if I didn't, I'd head on down the road. It was in this manner that I found the area where I encountered the Bigfoot. I had tried out a couple of different camping sites in the forest that I found pretty ideal at first, but then somewhat lacking after just a bit of exploring, and these spots were too close to people for my liking. Just before this event happened, one of my younger brothers had accompanied me on a trip to the same region. Our trip had been a couple of days prior, and about 50 miles further south than the journey I am describing now. I mention this fact because it was on the earlier expedition with my brother Colt that I was studying maps of the area. I'd found a few places on the map that looked promising. Plenty of forest, several trails, and only a few residences, within a 45-minute drive from the nearest town. My kind of hiking and camping, more or less uninterrupted. After dropping Colt off in Louisville, Kentucky, I headed back across the Ohio River to Indiana and straight into the heart of the Hoosier National Forest. Once I got there, I plugged a few campsites into my GPS, cruised around for what turned out to be 4 hours, checking out 2 or 3 potential sites, and eventually I settled for one, knowing it would be dark soon and wanting to get out for a walk. That's just what I did. The first couple of days were quiet. There was absolutely no one around, and I took the time to get to know the trails. There were 2 main trails to choose from, each one of them as isolated as the next in regards to the majority of the park's major trail system. Also, it's worth mentioning that it was getting late in the season. Summer was turning into autumn, and the trails in the area were mainly for horses to begin. So when I say no one was there, I mean no one. I particularly enjoyed this aspect. From my camp, one of the trails headed north and slightly west. The other trail was a loop, leading into one of the deeper parts of this particular national forest. Furthermore, this loop is extremely excluded and has no other paths that cross it, period. I spent the better part of the first 2 days exploring these first, and it was quite enjoyable. It connected to the campground several hundred yards away from the looping horse trail. As I said, this loop doesn't interact with any other of the park's other trails, including this one. However, their trailheads are located within eyesight of each other if you're standing in the right place. I hiked down the first trail for what felt like several miles at the very least. I'm not exactly sure how far it was, because honestly I had no reason to be documenting anything. I was just enjoying myself and the beauty of the forest. The trail ran through a heavily forested area with the park. It had slight ups and downs to the terrain, meaning it wasn't flat but definitely not mountainous either. Hilly would be the perfect word for it. Anyhow, when Friday rolled around, the weather was really lovely, and several people showed up with trucks and trailers to go horseback riding. That's when I moved to the most remote corner of the campground, because I don't like crowds. Besides, I'd already explored the other trails over the previous few days, so I let the horseback riders have the trails for the weekend. At some point that same afternoon, I ran to the nearest town with my camper van to pick up some supplies for the weekend. It was then, while I was driving down that little windy country road that led to the nearest Keydink store within a 45-minute drive from the camp, that I saw it. I will never forget that moment. I was multitasking, and that seems to help me remember things better. I had come around the corner and I was watching the road and talking to my wife over the phone. I was checking my mirrors, the rear view and the left driver's side, when I noticed something moving on the hillside that I was driving by. It had been a few days since I saw any animals, so I was eager to see what it was. The hill was open wide for probably about 50 to 100 yards until reaching the trees. Standing just outside of the trees was what I can only describe as a Sasquatch. It was approximately 50 yards from me, and it was extremely tall and muscular, and covered in long dark hair. It was huge, just like the stories I'd heard, but not bulky like a gorilla, more like an extremely tall and well-built man. I would guess the thing weighed no less than 300 pounds of solid muscle. I did a double take over my shoulder as I drove by, and the image was burnt into my memory forever. I remember my brain trying to rationalize that it couldn't be real. That said, I mentioned to my wife that someone had placed a hell of a lifelike statue on that side of the hill, a hill in the middle of nowhere. As I'm telling her this, I realized just how ridiculous that sounds. At the time, my brain was still trying to make myself believe that it was some sort of statue and not a real Bigfoot. But at the same time, I was also recalling how its hair was blowing in the wind, and how its incredible muscles were bulging like that of a bodybuilder. I was in total shock. Spending as much time in nature as I do, it wouldn't take much to start to believe these legends are nothing more than stories. I mean, I've spent days, as much as weeks at a time in the wild. Sure, I've seen some crazy things, but regardless of that fact, seeing a Bigfoot was not something you're expecting to see or can possibly prepare yourself for. I continued on to the store, collected my supplies without wrecking my van, and when I made it back to camp a few hours later, I tried to forget about the event again and carry on with my day. However, it wasn't able to escape my mind so quickly. I decided to go exploring instead, to try and wrap my head around what actually happened. Starting with the loop trail that I had yet to entirely hike, I walked down the path for about 45 minutes. I followed the trail until I found a dry creek bed that I gladly decided to pursue. You see, I enjoy hiking along dry creek beds, as I'm fully aware these were the old trails and highways, so to speak, of the ancient people. They didn't use paved roads like we do, so they followed rivers, streams, and game trails. Over the years, I found arrowheads, primitive tools, and all kinds of artifacts in this manner. Anyhow, I was walking down the creek for roughly 2 miles or so. I was actively looking for patches of fur, and any sign of a trail. Anything that may indicate something as big or even larger than a human traveling through the area. I did find a few curious trails. They soon disappeared due to the rocky surface. Other than a few rocks that could have been primitive tools, I didn't see anything else that interested me, besides the few ghost trails I'd found. Eventually I lost interest. Feeling defeated, I turned back and made the hour's hike back to the creek bed, down to the trail, and back towards camp. When I finally got back to the beginning of the trailhead and started crossing the campground towards my van, I noticed a buck step out of the woods in the opposite side of the forest. It was the first living creature I had seen aside from on the drive. The deer stepped onto the gravel road that circled around the campground and stared directly at me. I looked back at it, and we both just stood there staring at each other. After what seemed like a few minutes, but was probably nothing more than mere seconds, the deer turned its head back towards the woods that it had just come from, and walked off, vanishing into the trees. I continued on my back to my campsite, feeling strangely odd about the encounter. The next day I didn't really feel much like hiking, so I piddled around camp for a bit, for a change. I had a campfire, carved a bit, sipped some strong coffee and had a meal, and decided to take a rest at some point, partially due to boredom, and also partially due to feeling strangely let down from the day before. So I climbed inside the van to stretch it out. I was laying there for a moment, thinking about how many nuts must have fallen out of this tree and hit the van since I'd been there this weekend, when I realized that they weren't falling out of the tree at all. Rather, they were actually hitting the side of the van, and that something or someone must be throwing them. Shivers ran up and down my spine as I remembered what I had seen earlier that day on the hillside as I was driving to town for supplies. I sat up immediately, no longer feeling secure in the safety of my van. I was parked less than 50 feet away from the edge of the forest, and about the same from my fire pit. There was a rather large tree, some sort of oak, standing between the van and the fire pit. When I got out the van and stood up straight, a walnut or crabapple came flying out of the woods and smashed into the tree. It hit the tree trunk hard, but the thing bounced a good 25 feet off the tree's trunk and then rolled another 50 before coming to a full stop. I remember my first thought about the flying object impacting the tree was the speed and accuracy and power behind it. My second thought was that my face would have been just as easy for whatever it was to throw it to hit. Immediately I look all around me, but of course there was no one there. I also realized that at the time, while I was napping, the very last person camping other than myself had left the campground. I was the only human around here for miles. I was the only person actually camping the entire weekend to begin with. Everyone else who came into the area during the time of the story simply drove into the area, made their way around the loop and left. Alternatively, they came with a truck and trailer and went horseback riding. But now I was the only one here. The one person that significantly stood out among the rest of the crowd over the weekend was a man driving a golden van, much like mine, with blacked-out tinted windows. He was playing loud classic rock and wearing dark sunglasses. This was the individual who had disappeared while I was napping. He was the last person to leave the campground that weekend other than me, and was the only other person who hadn't been horseback riding. He hadn't been hiking either. I don't actually know what he'd been doing other than parking directly across from me and listening to loud music since shortly after my Bigfoot sighting. When I stepped out the van, and that thing smashed into the tree, I quickly realized that I was alone with this thing. I also rationalized rather swiftly that this thing had waited for the right moment to get my attention. As crazy as it seemed, or more appropriately, they had waited until every last truck, trailer horse had left, before tossing rocks at my van windows. Now, I've never claimed to be the brightest crayon in the box, that's for sure, but this didn't take a genius to figure out. Or maybe it did. I'm mentally challenged, which is why I thought the correct thing to do would be to run straight into the woods, the same direction the rocks and walnuts had come from, and search for who or what had thrown them. I've never shielded away from unusual experiences, quite the opposite. I saw this as a unique opportunity. I wanted to get to the bottom of what the hell was going on around there. Was it all somehow an elaborate hoax? I don't know, but I'm sure planning on finding out. I charged into the nearest section of foods to my camp, like a moron carrying a 5-foot staff, as it would do anything to a Bigfoot. Thankfully for me, but to my utter dismay, there was nothing to be seen in the forest's edge. I stood there listening and waiting, but never heard a peep from anything but creaking trees. In hindsight, and in 100% honesty, it never occurred to me what I might have seen if I'd have just looked up into the treetops. But it wasn't meant to be, because the thought didn't cross my mind. Instead, I swung my head from side to side, scanning every tree trunk, branch, and rock and log in sight for the nearest bit of movement. Heart beating, with nothing showing, I walked around the edge of the woods a bit more, and then headed back to camp, bewildered. No one else showed up to the campground that night, and I never heard anything else that night either. However, what happened the very next morning is actually the most interesting part of the story. On my last morning at the Hoosier National Forest, I was sitting on my campfire sipping on some hot coffee trying to wake up. I always carry an old-fashioned percolator to make campfire coffee. I had been awake for about half hour when I begin to hear a car engine, I think about several miles away. The sun was just starting to come up, meaning it was around 6 to 7 a.m. I stood up from my fire and was stretching out when I noticed the sound of the car continuing to get closer. At this point, it must have been hardly a mile or two from camp. This is when things got weird. As I mentioned before, I was parked very close to the woodline. The main trail that I'd been hiking on was no less than 20 feet away from where I laid my head in the van to sleep, which is something I usually never do. Sleep so close to a public trail, as you never know who or what might come down the trail to catch you napping. Believe me, I've heard horror stories about people disappearing from nature parks. The amount of missing people in the United States is in the tens of thousands at any given time. Many of these cases involved national and state parks, but that is for another time. The reason I take the time to explain this is because of what happened next. If I hadn't been standing on the edge of the woods practically inside it, I doubt I'd have been able to hear what I did. Fate would have it that what happened next, I not only heard, but I heard it so vividly it haunts me to this day. The car came nearer to our location, and two distinct noises began almost simultaneously. Within a split second, a third noise added to this strange symphony of sounds, not so softly blowing my unbelieving mind. The first sound was not so strange as it was frightening. A half yell, half scream. It sounded like every person who's ever claimed to have heard a Bigfoot say what it sounded like. Something between man and animal, something not human but not creature either. Something more. Whatever it was, didn't sound happy. I was entirely beside myself, as if I were dreaming for a moment due to the bizarre nature of the entire trip, but I soon snapped back to myself. Several large branches began to break from several directions out in the forest, barely beyond my parked van. When I say large branches, I mean massive, because I could hear them snapping from great distances as they steadily moved further into the depths of the forest. Some of these noises were much nearer than others, but many of them sounded like they were on the other side of the most adjacent hills surrounding camp. As I stood there, the sound of the branches breaking ascended the nearest hill and then promptly descended on the opposite side, obviously going in the same direction. The exact direction of the screams or calls. My mind was blown again. Had this thing just summoned the others within those 3 horrifying shouts? It sure looked like it. If I had to guess, each branch that was broke was located somewhere from the middle to the top of the trees. None of them were low branches. And we're not talking about small trees here. This incident was in a national forest which is federally protected and has some rather old trees specifically in this part. They have larger roots and have lots of thick upper branches. I would also guess that the distance between each sound of breaking branches was probably 10 to 20 yards, but it's impossible for me to gauge. However, I've spent years in the wilderness, and anyone who knows me will tell you that my judgment of time and distance is usually quite on the mark. No doubt whatever it was, it must have been rather large, strong, and agile, not to mention several of them out there. And not only that, I realized with dread, but apparently a number of things had been out there in the woods extremely close to my campsite, surrounding it on 2 sides. I was completely unaware until the car came down the road. Had they been there the entire night? Had they followed back from the day before when I'd spent a few hours searching the forest for signs of them? I was chilled to the bone. I listened to the receding tree branches snapping with the force of whatever was swinging, jumping, or otherwise moving from tree to tree. Whatever they were moving extremely quickly. It couldn't have taken them more than a few seconds to cover an entire hill that would have taken a man several minutes to walk up. I mean, literally 10 to 15 seconds tops. And whatever was moving out there through the trees was gone from the edge of my campsite and entirely out of my hearing range. I'm aware these events may not seem alarming. However, if you were there, you'd without a doubt understand exactly how unnerving a situation like this can be. Likewise, if you've ever encountered something similar, you can imagine how terrifying yet intriguing these sort of things can be. I purposefully neglected to mention one of the most critical aspects of that morning's happening. And in fact, to be perfectly honest, the branches of the trees breaking was, in my opinion, a direct response to what I'm about to explain. That morning, as I had stood stretching with coffee cup in hand, when I heard the car coming, the insanely creepy 3 howling screams, and the breaking branches, I'd listened to an additional sound as well. A drum. You heard that right. As clear as day, what sounded, by all means, to be a large drum beating in the distance. It rang out several times, spaced smoothly in an even rhythm. The drum beat in the distance, yet it was close enough that I could plainly hear it, low and powerful. If you've ever had the pleasure of attending a Native American powwow, or visiting an authentic drumming circle, you would know that it's hard to mistake a tribal-sounding drum beat, and that's precisely what I'd heard. The moment the car was within a quarter of a mile from the campground, the drum abruptly stopped. The branch breaking had ended as well. As bizarre of a situation as it was, and genuinely surreal in any event, what was happening somehow made perfect sense to me. These things that had been lurking at the edges of my camp for whatever reason sounded an alarm at the oncoming vehicle, to which they all retreated together. All of those branches breaking, moving away in the same direction of the drum and the 3 hounds. There was more than one of them. I'd say at least 3, but more likely closer to 4 or 5. What I can say for sure is that they were moving incredibly fast and sounded large. I don't know of any other animal in this part of the country that's capable of breaking branches like that. Even more, covering the amount of distance in such a short amount of time. And don't get me started on the drum, because I would honestly really love nothing more than to know what the hell it was all about. I know what I saw during the trip to the Hoosier National Forest, and I know what I experienced. That's all there is to it. If I were a Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or some other type of being besides a human living in the world, I would probably want my privacy too. I mean, come on, it's not like us humans have such a good track record of sharing or being great friends to the environment, let alone each other. I'll be the first to admit I have no idea what Bigfoot is. Popular theories propose that Bigfoot could be a Lanian race, a relative of the Neanderthal, or even creatures that walk between dimensions. I don't know what they are, but I know that they are real. I'm 16 years old and live in the western United States and am active in rodeo. This story happened in late winter. My brother and his close friend Tom got permission from a local reservation to use their arena to practice roping. We got there early in the morning, so we would have all the time we needed. Now mind you, my brother's horse and Tom's are both very even-tempered and don't spook easily. My mare, on the other hand, will panic at the slightest of things, and she can be a handful most of the time, to be honest. Since the moment we got there, all of our horses seemed to be on edge, but we shrugged it off and figured that once they got used to their surroundings that they would be fine. After spending the better part of the day throwing ropes and chasing cattle, we decided to go for a trail ride to explore the area. By now, the horses seemed to have calmed down quite a bit. There is a river that ran close to the arena, so we decided to go down and check that out, as well as some animal tracks that we had seen. Once we got about 30 yards from the water, we could smell what could only be described as a rotting dead animal. Then something in the tree line caught the attention of all the horses, and after that, mine flat out refused to go any further. Being tired from a long day and frustrated from my horse's lack of cooperation, we decided to call it a day. By this time it was too late to load our gear and horses and take them back, so we decided it was just best to leave them there for the night and stay at Tom's, because they lived closer than my brother and I. We got their stalls ready for the night, got them fed and watered, and headed over to one of Tom's family friends who offered to cook us dinner. After some good food, good laughs, and a few games of pool, the weird encounter by the river was out of mind. When 9 o'clock rolled around, we all wanted to get some sleep, but I wanted to check on the horses one last time before we left. But when I mentioned this to Tom's family friend, he warned me to not go there alone at night. Wanting to respect that, Tom offered to drive down with me. We got in the truck and headed back to the arena. It was only a half-mile drive back, but the roads were very icy, so we had to drive slower than what I would have liked. Before crossing the bridge that went over the river, this feeling of dread hit me like a ton of bricks. I looked out the window to be met with glowing yellow eyes. They're hard to describe because there was not enough light hitting them to make them glow the way they did. I'm a very rational person, but something in my gut told me that this was very wrong. That's when Tom turned to me and asked if I smelt that awful smell, which I hadn't even noticed until they said something. When I didn't respond, they looked at me and met my gaze just to see the same yellow eyes, the glare I was fixated on. We were both in terror, not knowing what this thing was because from where it sat, it had to have been at least 8 feet tall, and there are no animals that large in these parts. I finally came to my senses and hit the gas and our truck started sliding, but we caught traction and made our way back to the arena. When we pulled up, the headlights hit the horses, and the first thing I noticed was that my mare hadn't even touched her food, and that for her is very out of the ordinary. She's kind of a pig and normally eats more than her fair share. The other two hadn't touched their food either, which again was very strange, but being scared and cold, we got back in the truck and drove back without incident. We got to Tom's at about 11, and as soon as our head hit the pillows, we were out like a light bulb. All of a sudden, I woke up to my brother grabbing my arm and shaking me. When I asked him what was wrong, he just put his finger over his mouth and pointed to the window. There was a tapping on the glass and an occasional scratch. I looked at the clock. It was around 3 a.m. Tom and I hadn't told him about our encounter on the bridge, but it was late, and I wasn't going to tell him now and scare him even more. Trying to be rational, I told him just to ignore it and try and get some sleep. But knowing what had happened, I was convinced it was the thing from the reservation, and it had followed us back. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and as soon as the sun came up, I woke up Tom and my brother so that we could get our horses and go home, because I didn't want my poor girl to be out with that thing any longer. I told Tom about the tapping and scratching after coffee, so we went to look by her window for tracks, and sure enough, there were what looked to be deer hooves, but they didn't track like normal deer, almost like they were injured, but that still doesn't quite describe it. It only seemed to be one pair and not two, like it was walking on its hind legs. This spooked us, but we just wanted to go see if our horses were okay, so we headed back to the res. They were all fine, but the food and water was still untouched. We got them loaded up and out of there as quickly as we could. As we drove over that bridge one last time, I looked into the tree line to see a massive buck staring at me. He was large, and I mean unnaturally large, but very sickly looking, like his skin was just falling from his bones, and his legs bent in an odd way. It wasn't the worst part though. It was his face. Those same ungodly yellow eyes. But when I made eye contact, I swear this thing, whatever it was, smiled at me. I looked away and looked back, and it was gone. Perhaps it just wanted to scare us one last time. I still have so many questions from that night, but the only thing I know for sure is that I'm never going back there again. When I was a kid, reading was one of my most treasured pastimes. For years I used to go to the Huntington County Public Library about once a week and check out as many books as allowed. I can still remember how hard it was to choose which books to pick. Most of the time, the selected titles I ended up with centered around my favorite subjects: ghost stories, mysteries, and more than anything else, creatures from ancient mythologies from all over the world. All sorts of creatures, good and bad, filled the pages of the books. I can still remember turning those pages like it were yesterday. Among the most intriguing creatures to my younger self was, of course, the Goatman. In one of the main books that I borrowed from the library 57 times during the mid-1990s was a book with a title that escapes me, despite reading it dozens of times. Eventually, I created my own versions of these stories and would practice orally reciting them to my younger brother and sister, Colt and Sierra. The Goatman was one of our absolute favorites. From time to time when we were kids, we would load up the minivan and go for a drive out in the country as a family. If you're not familiar with rural Indiana, which is where we grew up, it's made up for the most part by a bunch of cornfields, soybean fields, and patches of forested areas. That said, there were also thousands of crossroads laid out like a checkerboard all across the state, each of the intersections leading off into the 4 cardinal directions, and eventually to another small or medium-sized town. That is, to be fair, partially how Indiana became known as the Crossroads of America, after all. These patches of forest range anywhere from a couple of acres to several hundreds of acres. Naturally, as we cruised these back roads, or country roads as we called them, the forests of the surrounding area became the home of the Goatman in our hearts and minds. I will never forget sitting in the back seat of that maroon-colored Dodge Caravan and whispering to Colt and Sierra my newest version of the Goatman, vampire, or Dracula stories. The first story I recall reading about the Goatman in particular was a watered-down version of the Dr. Stephen Fletcher experiment version of the story. In the original version, a mentally unstable patient escapes a government lab outside of the capital of the United States, in the state of Maryland. A victim to the sadistic and abusive DNA-based experiments, the patient became insane as he transformed into a full-blown half-goat, half-man. Enraged at what had become of his former self, the Goatman sabotaged the lab and escaped into the wilderness, where he still roams to this day, or so they say. In the earliest versions of the Goatman stories that I read, it was something very similar to the above example. However, it wasn't exactly a DNA test that went wrong scenario, rather a top-secret lab located somewhere in the depths of the forest, where they originally did these experiments on animals. The program was successful, up until the point that the chief scientist was turned into half-goat, half-man, when something went terribly wrong, and an explosion occurred due to an equipment malfunction in the lab. The scientist, like in the other stories, retreated into the woods with a disdain for humanity. And yes, you guessed it, he still resides in those woods to this very day. In my personal version of the story, the plot line was something in between the two. Each time I would tell my brother and sister some new little details that would be added in and repeated the next time. In that manner, the story basically evolved each time it was told. For this reason, I highly doubt that Colt or Sierra will ever believe what I experienced in 2016 onwards. However, that will not keep me from sharing the story. During my trip to Mammoth Caves, Kentucky, I encountered none other than the Goatman. Not once either, but twice. For those of you who aren't familiar with the mythological creature, the Goatman stories go back centuries, from mythology and legends of old pagan folklore and superstitions. The Goatman has been around for nearly as long as written history. If you know anything about the Goatman, you'll be aware that he basically appears the same as a faun or satyr. Satyrs come from Greek mythology and they're more or less male nature spirits. They have the same basic shape as a man, but with the legs of a goat or horse, and apparently sometimes can have human-like legs as well. However, they always have a tail, which is similar to a horse. Satyrs and fauns also have horns on the top of their head, as well as being known to have an exaggeratedly large member. I suppose you could say they appear somewhat devilish by all means. They're known to dwell within forest, woodlands, marshes, mountains, and in other wild places far from human civilization. Aside from being similar to fauns and satyrs, the Goatman has been known by many other names over the centuries, and perhaps even longer. As far as the Goatman being spotted in Kentucky, the oldest reports I've ever heard of date back as far as the mid-1700s, and truth be told even further if you take into account Native American folklore and oral history passed down from tribe to tribe, and then to the settlers. These Native American tales include similar creatures to the Goatman, Dogman, and Bigfoot. According to these indigenous tribes, the creatures were said to have lived in the area centuries longer than their own people had. They told stories of these beings living alongside the giants and other strange, magical, and terrifying creatures from ages ago. In northern Kentucky, just as with southern Indiana and western Ohio, supposedly the beasts devoured and ate some of the livestock and generally horrified these families until they were forced to abandon their homesteads in the wilderness of the early American territories. More than one recorded account as such occurred in and around the Jefferson County area of Kentucky in the 1800s. In modern media, such sightings have been reported in Kentucky since the 1940s, specifically in Jefferson County. Today, parts of Kentucky, specifically the areas known to the locals as Kentuckiania, as well as good old Jefferson County, are some of the Goatman's main stomping grounds. One area in particular on the eastern side is home to what has been known as the infamous Jefferson County Goatman Trestle. Apparently sightings of Goatman-like beings have occurred there and around the trestle for decades according to locals. I know this firsthand as I've lived in the Fort Knox area on and off for a handful of years. Anyway, the railroad trestle is more well known for incidents associated with the Goatman. As recently as 2016, she and her boyfriend were hiking the trestle in search of the legendary creature when an oncoming train appeared on the track, and it was too soon for her to get to safety. The young man was able to hang onto the tracks until the train passed, but barely. It was a mess and a real tragedy. Even more, it furthered the local legend that the Goatman and his presence are near those tracks. In any case, my own encounter with the Goatman, which I was not looking for or expecting, occurred approximately 1.5 hours south and slightly to the east of Jefferson County, Kentucky. If you've ever been to Kentucky or any of the Appalachian states, you'll be fully aware of just how much nature there is out there. Millions of acres. That said, the fact that my encounter with the mystical being was at least 75 miles away from Jefferson County, and their long-standing history of Goatman sightings, makes me question whether it's an entire species out there, similar to Bigfoot. However, on the other hand, a deity-like being such as Pan would make short walks of a 75-mile distance, believe me. In other words, if you believe that being that I encountered south of Jefferson County could have been the same as the one sighted in Kentucky over 300 years ago. Back in the summer of 2016, I did quite a bit of hiking and camping in the state of Kentucky. During the time, I visited at least a dozen protected areas, including parks, forests, and nature preserves. One of the central locations that I frequented was my favorite national park and famous UNESCO World Heritage Site, Mammoth Caves. It's supposedly one of the most significant cavern systems in the world. In fact, there are rumors that the cave leads directly to the center of the earth, and depending on who you talk to an inner earth civilization of lizard people, or else to hell itself. I chose this particular spot because I'd heard it was supposed to have a lot of caves off the trail. Years prior to 2016, I was told by a relative that they found an entrance in one of the main caverns in this particular forest, so it was my full intention to discover at least one of the alleged back doors to the cave system. That, however, is not what ended up happening at all. I did make several discoveries over the summer, including what I believe to be an unmarked Native American site and several primitive hand tools. I also found a species of mushroom used by a priest and shaman of indigenous cultures of the past, which, according to the number 1 and number 2 mushroom identification guides in the world, most of these specific species of mushrooms supposedly don't exist in the area. My first visit to Mammoth Caves National Park occurred in May of 2016. At the time, I was backcountry hiking and camping for the most part, as it was on my first trip to this forest in particular. I was unaware of the unusual park regulations and so set up my camp in the same manner I do in most national and state forests that I'm exploring. I find a lonely section of trail first, find the most suitable spot for pitching a tent, at least 100 yards away from the path, and make sure my campsite is about 300 yards or further from the nearest fresh water source like streams or rivers. And later I would find out that backcountry campers are only allowed to camp overnight in the park's pre-designated camping sites. These sites are set between a mile or 2 or 3 down any given trail, as I mentioned. However, I was unaware of these stipulations for backcountry campers on my first trip, so I was illegally camping more or less. The trail I selected for my first trip to the back was in actuality a well-used horseback riding trail. Over the years hiking and camping and such in national forests, I have found that horseback riding trails are often more challenging, as well as being incredibly scenic in comparison to many of the normal footpaths. That said, I followed this particular trail around a mile or so before jumping off and searching the forest for a suitable spot to camp. Eventually I came across a stream and followed it long enough until where it emptied into a larger creek. I then traveled down until I spotted the trail again. After scouting around for a while and getting a better feel for the area, I returned to the creek and explored it until I found an area with several waterfalls, and then I broke out a camp in the surrounding wilderness. I believe that the first trip I made to Mammoth Caves National Park lasted around 5 days. It was pretty uneventful compared to later trips. However, it was more than fascinating to me due to the handful of discoveries I made. The most intriguing development was finding what I believe was a legitimate Native American holy site. However, being somewhat more familiar with the indigenous legends of the area, it could have easily just been an ancient hunting camp as well. The particular site I'm referring to was maybe half a mile upstream from my campsite. The campsite itself was extremely well hidden, meaning you couldn't see it from 30 yards away, let alone from the nearest park trail, which was at least a third of a mile away. The potential Native American site that I found was even better hidden. In fact, if I had discovered it sooner, I would have more than likely made it my campsite, as it would have been absolutely perfect. The site was located between a couple of ridges which were several hundred feet high and well away from any trails. The stream that flows beside the site shows up on all maps as a dry branch of a local creek. I also found several spots on the creek bottom that were quite visible stone tool markings. Shortly after returning home from this particular trip, and doing some research on the things I'd come across in the area, I realized I'd been camping illegally the whole time. This in turn led me to very carefully study the map of the national forest and its backcountry camping sites, trails and water sources before returning for a second trip a few months later. The next time that I went to Mammoth Caves National Park, I chose a trail, a backcountry camping site that was absolutely isolated. In comparison to other areas within the park, there was nothing else around at all. In fact, I was particularly intrigued with this trail because it was clearly separated from the rest of the park, including the entire trail system itself. Being the sort of place I enjoy to explore, I decided to go check it out. The trail itself is around 2 miles long, which isn't exactly long, to be honest. However, the trail is completely isolated within the park system, and so I wanted to find out what it was about. After a short hike from the trailhead, I stopped for a rest and began to realize how uncomfortable I'd gradually started feeling over the first 45 minutes or so of the hike. My hiking partner at the time, Blue, mentioned feeling the exact same way without me ever saying as much first. We took a short rest before we grabbed our packs and carried on. The strange feeling of uncomfortableness, as well as being watched, didn't stop there. Quite the contrary. The feelings grew as time marched on. A couple of hours later, we made it to the end of the trail and finally came to the muddy waves of the Green River, which is brown, not green. The designated camping spot created by the National Park Service wasn't much other than a mostly flat patch of dirt with an iron grate for having a cooking fire. In all honesty, we were quite disappointed. After a day at this campsite, I decided it was best to move camp slightly into the woods on the same day that we moved camp, and I realized that our water supply was dwindling down and that tainted, muddy Green River was not suitable for drinking even after purifying. And believe me, I used tablets and triple filtered it with a cloth and mesh, and it still wasn't worth drinking. So I did the only thing that I could given the situation and went out in search of alternate drinking sources. For the better part of the afternoon, I spent a great deal of time searching the woods high and low for streams or creeks that might empty into a nearby river or even a stone pool of water. The first day I went looking for water, and after having no luck, I returned to our hillside campsite, which was overlooking the designated backcountry site we were technically supposed to be camping in. What I found was Blue highly distraught and somewhat freaking out. When I questioned Blue about what happened, her response was that I probably wouldn't believe her even if she told me. She seemed tickled, but at the same time in disbelief, and somewhat put out. I found her answer pretty disturbing initially. It was no secret I'm very open-minded, as well as very experienced in many things paranormal. Eventually, after some amount of coaxing, she finally agreed to tell me exactly what had disturbed her so much while I was away. According to Blue, while I was searching for water, she had gone out doing her day piddling around the forest near the camp, in search of medicinal flowers and herbs, and just generally enjoying herself. It was during these actions that she felt as if there were eyes on her the entire time, and apparently only a short time before I returned to camp myself, Blue had settled back into camp, and the feeling of something watching her had been so strong that she couldn't stop herself from turning around and glancing up at the trail. What she claims to have seen was, in her own words, a deer the size of a horse, and it was radiating golden rays of sun, as if light were contained inside its body. At the time, I didn't know what to think. Blue and I were good enough friends. We'd known each other for a handful of years, and had no tendency to be dishonest or exaggerate between us. That said, I honestly wanted to believe what she was telling me, but I just didn't know that I could. I mean, come on, a glowing deer the size of a horse? To most people, it would be laughable to even consider that she'd be telling the truth. Regardless, I tried to believe my friend wouldn't be making something like this up, for attention or otherwise. Later, after returning home from this particular trip, I would perform research that would eventually raise my level of awareness concerning how many other people have cited something similar. Even more, spotted in this exact part of the state, I found out that as far back as the 1700s, settlers reported seeing something similar while writing letters to family and friends in their journal entries. Basically, my research, which you can duplicate by spending a few hours googling the keyword Goatman, Jefferson County, Kentucky, and giant glowing deer, yielded me far more than enough results to accept Blue's word as truth. And honestly, it felt good to know that she'd not lied to me. That said, the giant glowing deer appeared to Blue and was not the pinnacle of excitement for that particular trip, not even by a long shot. However, the most frightening experience that we had that entire summer was very soon to happen, and believe me, it changed my life as well as how I view the forests and wild places of North America. As I mentioned earlier, I was out trying to get water. It was actually the first time I'd ever found myself in such a situation. I'd usually make sure to pack a ridiculous amount of food and water if I was going to be camping somewhere for more than a few days. However, this time, based on the map and amount of water sources found on the last trip I made to the same national park, I foolishly believed that the 3 documented streams, including a major river in the area, would provide more than enough water. That said, we packed enough water and food to last us the amount of time we thought we'd be there. That being said, each time I left the camp seeking out water, I returned to Blue only for her to have another strange experience to share with me each time. While I was away, there seemed to be no end of tracks that would appear near and around our camp. They included extremely large canine prints, cloven hoof prints that I mistook at the time for elk. I recognized that they weren't deer tracks, and thought that they were bigger than deer, maybe elk. And there appeared to be bare footprints that could have only been made by a woman or child due to size. They would always appear when I was away, and they did appear, and they were circling the general area. I might have written it off as busy foot traffic for local hikers, due to the river and the narrow trail. However, the prints were much stranger due to the fact that we never heard or saw any other people. And furthermore, we most certainly never heard any dogs running around or barking either. So I can only speak for myself, but these footprints, dog tracks and goat tracks, to consistently show up around our camp day after day was beyond strange to me. I really wasn't sure what to think at the time. All I knew is that it was far from normal and something wasn't quite right. I was never able to shake the feeling that something was watching me. Speaking of which, the entire time I was scouting around these hills, ridges, woods, and river's edge, I felt as though I was being stalked by a predator. I stopped, suddenly twirling and crouching, scanning the trees, but I never did catch sight of anything. By the 5th day, I had searched the deepest trails of forest and hadn't come up with any more than a few mouthfuls of water. To make matters worse, we had no water left at this point, so we packed a day bag with supplies, mainly empty water containers, and went on one final quest to find enough water to last more than a few days in the wild. Hiking down the trail, I navigated us to one of the lone water supply spots I'd managed to track down, even remotely close to the camp, which was about a mile or so. However, the pool was stagnant and looked extremely unhealthy. So we filtered a bit of water from the upper end of the stream far from the pool where the water was clear and flowing over rocks and grass, and filled it up. I'd been collecting water from this source for a few days, just enough for us to stay hydrated. The problem was it hadn't rained in quite a while, so every time that source of water shrank drastically, and I knew that the water would be gone by the end of the day. We must have trekked around 15 miles in search for suitable water sources that day. And eventually, we found a couple of dry creek beds, which I'm a complete sucker for, and we ended up following this route for well over a mile, perhaps 2. The thin stream of water was gathering in a stone basin, which was conveniently shaped and positioned perfectly as a drinking bowl. After drinking our fill, as well as refilling our water bottles, we headed back towards our camp, discussing the situation. At this point, 5 days in a row, there was no way we could sustain for 2 more days, let alone 3 or 4, without digging water taps or wading out in waist-deep mud of the riverbank. I'd already tried the riverbank more than once, and successfully, however. It was extremely dangerous. Earlier that week, I believe on the 3rd day after searching for water unsuccessfully, I'd lost one of my shoes in the quicksand shore. It happened when my legs had been sucked out from underneath me, and I was trapped in the mud down over my knees on both legs. This caused a moment of pure panic for me. However, thankfully, I had the sense to instantly stop moving. As soon as the mud had grabbed a hold of me, I remember that absolutely any physical struggling in a situation like this was a sure way to make things much worse and possibly even be fatal. That said, I made my way out of the mud before the river got me, or being swallowed by the several meter wide shoreline itself. As a side note, I remember finding a shirt, a flip-flop, and a machete less than 10 meters away from that very spot where I was sucked into the high mud. At the time I didn't think much of the gear, other than it was odd to find 1 flip-flop and not 2, as well as a perfectly good machete being left behind. Other than that, the stuff was so close to the designated backcountry camping site that it wasn't out of the ordinary to find some gear left behind from travelers past. We decided that the best course of action would be to call for an extraction instead of toughing it with no water. Neither of us wanted to dig for water, and we weren't willing to risk the muddy river water either. So after powering on our phone and hiking to the nearest hilltop in order to get good signal service, we made the phone call to our ride, which is located 2 hours away. Knowing that our ride was on its way, and that we were still needing to return to camp, break everything down and pack our gear, adhere to leave no trace rule, and make the hike back to the trailhead where our ride would be waiting for us in approximately 2 hours. We were suddenly in a major rush. We were actually running on and off, as well as jogging for the most part our way back down the trail. There we were, hauling ass down the trail in complete darkness on the loneliest trail in the entire national park, and we were determined to rendezvous with our ride as quickly as possible. When I noticed a booby trap, I pointed it out to Blue, making sure she saw it and didn't trip, as she was in front of me. At that moment, we both felt extremely uncomfortable, confused, and quite honestly, scared. My first thought is that we'd been way too loud hiking around earlier, and we'd maybe attracted some unwanted attention when we'd ventured out onto the nearby country road in search for water earlier. I've been through and even lived in some of these little mountain towns, and believe me, I've heard some disturbing stories about human hunters. Of course, my second thought is that we've got some human hunters out in the woods probably watching us, just waiting for us to trip, so that they can take us and do whatever it is that those crazy people do. I was extremely cautious and started slipping into survival mode mentally. I turned my headlamp off and let Blue continue leading the way forwards and down the path, and began allowing my eyes to adjust to the darkness. I remember thinking to myself that I knew how to hunt, as I gripped my machete's handle with one hand. Our pace fastened as we passed many other traps on the trail. Blue was in front, and I was picking up at the rear. That's how I was able to react in time when she didn't notice the final one. The log set down just 2 or 3 inches from the dirt and stone trail. It caught her ankle, causing her to begin tumbling forwards. Seeing her pitch towards the darkness like that, and still paranoid about the people who might live here up to no good, I shot my arm out and grabbed her backpack to keep her from face-planting into the trail and becoming an easy target. I'd been gauging the situation, and we quickly stomped our way through the darkness, down the trail, to our waiting ride. In that split second where I grabbed her bag, I didn't hear anything, not a single sound, but there was something that I did see. Those were legs. Just for a split second. I'm sure it's impossible for something to jump into the air like that and not land somewhere to make any sort of noise. Despite being terrified and rattled to my core, I didn't tell Blue what I saw. What I did tell her was something like, "Hurry the hell up." After seeing those legs, my thoughts were that it was still following us, and that whatever it was had been standing by the edge of the path directly beside me in the shadows, watching. I can't describe the fear that was overtaking me in that moment. A fire had apparently been started within a stone circle, yet on the other side of the trail, and had obviously been put out very recently. The chunks of wood were barely burned, though charred utterly black, as were the stones. In all honesty, it looked like someone had gathered stones from the nearby forest, built a fire on the side of the trail, as if by dousing a bunch of wood in lighter fluid, tossing a match on it, and then after everything was nicely charred, dousing it all in water. This may not sound strange to those who hike, but fires on trails are absolutely illegal. What was more intriguing than the stone fire circle was the dog's leash that was tied to the tree on the other side of the trail. An enormous pile of dog food at the base of the same particular tree. It looked like someone took a 20-pound bag of dog food and dumped it upside down there. Later I would question those things much more, as well as what they meant, possibly even more than what I questioned, the existence of this strange, half-stag, half-goat human being out there. I couldn't help but wonder if it had been someone in the woods with us, possibly someone who meant to harm us, or if it was the creature, or perhaps if it intervened. I couldn't help but wonder if this thing was playing games and covering its own tracks and intentions with purposeful layers of deception. The most frustrating part is that I'll never know exactly what happened that night. The hour-and-a-half drive back home was more than quiet. All you could hear were the tires rolling down the road and the sounds of each other's breathing. I think everyone in the vehicle could tell that something had happened in the woods. It was late at night, we were exhausted and confused as to what exactly had gone down. Over the next several months I would research the area and everything remotely related to what we had experienced. I would pore over reports of similar sightings in the region, finding some dating back more than 2 centuries, ultimately only to find out its history. After a whole load of research, to my utmost surprise, this particular region of the state, let alone country, has a very colourful history concerning creature sightings. For example, it is especially known as being the home for the famous cryptids like Bigfoot and Dogman. It's also well known for Goatman sightings and many other types of rare cryptids and elusive birds, funnily enough. That's when I decided that I needed to go back. There were even some accounts going back as the 1700s. Not to mention Native American accounts of once human sorcerers who traded their last shreds of humanity, completed wicked deeds in exchange for wonderful abilities. These beings, as you may be aware, are known as Skinwalkers. I immediately began planning a trip back to the exact same area of the national forest where I had initially sighted the creature. So after packing up enough supplies to last me a few days, including my ultralight 9mm Taurus with hollow point rounds, and headed back to Mammoth Caves once again. This time, however, I wasn't going to be walking into the supernatural or a literal bunch of booby traps. I was prepared as I was ever going to be. It was early March and freezing cold outside, so much so that I had 2 or 3 pairs of pants on, the same with shirts, face mask, and heavy winter gloves. And then, without fear of judgment or giving a damn of who might pass me by, I began seeking out into the woods and speaking to them, directly trying to communicate with the creature itself. I assumed that it was watching there as I listened. I asked if it remembered me from last time and why it had set traps in the trail for me and my buddy. I asked why it had let me see its legs. I wasn't sure if it was its intention or not. At this point, I don't think it was. So in this manner, walking and talking, I hiked down on the trail for another mile or so. Eventually, I reached the campsite I'd set out for. As soon as I did, I set up my tent and pulled out the rocket stove that I'd made specifically for this trip. I had my stove fired up in no time and was warming not only my hands, but percolating my cup of coffee and heating a can of soup as well. The rocket stove was actually nothing more than a giant coffee can with a circle cut out the side, and another can placed neatly inside of it with a matching hole cut in it. In addition, a third even smaller can with its top and bottom parts removed was placed into said circles. This last can was the central opening to the stove, where you would feed it twigs, grass and wood chip. The gap between the large coffee can and can inside of it, as both cans make up the main portion of the stove, was filled with dirt, rocks and sand. I planned on digging a deep hole and burying the thing when I was done with it. The reason I had decided to build this thing in the first place was because I didn't want campfire with flames dancing around and splashing light all over the forest once the sun was down and it became dark. I know what you're thinking. I purposefully hiked out into a secluded camping spot. Yes, I was alone, and yes, I wanted it to be dark as possible, because I wanted whatever it was that was out there to at least approach the camp. The noise was coming from the darkness of the forest, just out of eyesight due to the falling light. At first, I thought it could have been a deer running through the forest. However, being a woodsman, I know that deers aren't known for running around humans in circles. I wrote deer off my list of possibilities really quick. While I sat there, my brain was racing with all kinds of jumbled up thoughts. The noises got even louder as they approached the backside of my camp, and for a split second the sound stopped as soon as I realized it was due to the fact that whatever it was had jumped over the giant log that lined one side of the campsite. The thing landed with a loud thud a dozen or so yards from my tent, which was far too close for comfort. Large game like deer or elk and moose are known to make sounds like this. It's this hoarse exhaling through the nostrils. In addition to the sound of hooves stomping and scuffing the ground near my tent, it also filled my ears. Due to the sudden turn of events, I pulled my weapon out, causing a hollow .9mm round of ammunition to slide into the chamber. I lay there breathing heavily, heart beating in my ears, clutching my pistol to my chest, straining to hear each little noise I could plainly hear. I could still make out the stomping between my tent and the enormous log I had pitched near it. It stalked back and forth a few times, snorting and scuffing up the earth as it went. Finally, after what seemed like forever, the noises stopped. I waited, finger literally on the trigger, but hearing nothing else, I decided the creature must have retreated back to the forest. And after a few more minutes of total silence, I slowly released the magazine from my handgun, removed the live round from the chamber, and re-added it to the mag before slipping it back into the pistol. Removing the live ammo and re-engaging the safety mechanism of the pistol took about 2 seconds, which I'm reasonably sure it or anyone else could have heard from outside the tent. That said, I added the bullets back into the top of the magazine with my thumb, put the safety on and set it down. No sooner had I finished hogging the pistol's safety mechanism back on, setting it inside the flap of my bag and laying down in my sleeping bag, did something land directly beside my tent, and I mean directly next to it. It was practically standing on the side of the wall nearest my head. I felt the ground shake and heard it come down with a clear, audible thump all at once. Also, to be 100% real, I almost soiled my pants as well. What happened next still gives me chills to this day. As I lay there paralyzed with fear, something suddenly poked into the material on the side of my tent and slowly dragged itself all the way across from one side to the other. The material of the tent was pushed in as if by a finger or tree branch, perhaps even the tip of a horn. Whatever it was that moved it was in such a smooth and wavy sort of motion, it put me in the mind of some deranged lunatic or killer walking around and pushing it with the tip of its finger and grinning maniacally up at the sky, just knowing the terror he must instill in his victims. Inside the tent, laying there with less than 1/10 of an inch or however thick the material was, I was in total disbelief and could not believe what was happening to me. It seemed that who or whatever had been loitering at the edge of my camp had purposefully waited to approach me until I retreated into the tent, and then once they did approach, waited until my firearm was on safety and put away. I don't believe in coincidence, and it still doesn't. The facts are that at any moment my gun was put up was the moment that thing jumped over my tent. It could have done it at any time, but it didn't. It chose to wait until it heard the weapon being unloaded and stored away. Only then did it get close enough to my tent. Did it leave me no more room for guessing. Now I knew for sure that it had not merely been tricks of the imagination earlier in the summer, when I had seen those massive goat legs disappear into the dark. Everything I had witnessed up until this point had become very real very quickly. The hoofs, the legs, the prancing around my camp in the shadows, all of it and so much more. I don't recall much else about that night. In all honesty, to the best of my knowledge, nothing else happened. I lay there, completely frozen in fear, until I fell asleep. Nothing else eventful happened for the rest of the trip. Next morning I had coffee, calmly packed my gear up and headed back down the trail towards the trailhead. Part of me was deeply satisfied with the extraordinary experience I had on that trip. However, an even more significant part of me was far from happy. I was left with zero doubt that the Goatman was real, and now that I had indeed seen him, more questions than ever before were swimming and formulating in my mind. I got home, and after a hot meal and shower and rest, I began searching the area quite extensively. It was practically an obsession for a short period of time. I pored over everything I could access via the internet, and even considered visiting some local libraries, but opted to skip the latter due to my uncomfortableness speaking with others about the incident at the time. So, on my internet-based crusade, I soon found out some pretty interesting facts that made me even more curious. Among the more interesting data I came across was the fact that the specific tract of forest that now belongs to the national park had been dubbed Goblin Knob by the locals a couple of centuries ago. In other words, the wooded area that I'd witnessed the half-man, half-stag being. As you can imagine, when I came across this quirky little fact about the area, I couldn't help but wonder to myself if this creature, or being, had something to do with the name the locals had given it. I wonder if it had something to do with why the National Park Service had decided to run a single trail through the area and left out any pavilions, picnicking areas, campgrounds, or restrooms. Basically, there's nothing in this area except an old chimney place and a single backcountry campsite, if you can even call it that. My family has lived in northern Maine for about 4 generations. I was born and raised here, as was my father, both his parents, my great-grandfather, and my great-great-grandmother. My parents and grandparents all had lives in which they would leave Maine and see the bigger world. They would live in New York, Los Angeles, and on a farm in Iowa. At some point, however, they would all return to the little middle-of-the-woods town in northern Maine that I have lived in all my life. 5 years ago from today, my grandfather, Bruce Gray, died. He was the second oldest of 5 boys, but he is the only one I ever got a chance to meet. His older brothers, Robert, and his 3 younger ones, Oliver, Joe, and James, were all killed when Bryce was a boy in 1962. Our town is surrounded by dense woods, and very few people live here. That isolation and the size of our little home meant that everyone pretty much knows everyone, and more or less everything that goes on, the folks that live here know about. Neither my parents or my older sister Eva would tell me what happened to my great uncles, and even though everyone seemed to know everything, no one in the town seemed to be able to speak about the killing of 4 young boys 57 years ago. 57 years is a long time, but not so long that these deaths should be forgotten. 2 weeks before my grandpa died, he finally opened up about what happened to his brothers. He came into my room and sat on my bed saying, "Your father and mother do not wish me to tell you this, but you aren't much older than I was when my brothers died." I stopped the paper I was writing and turned to look at my grandfather. I was stunned. He never spoke of them, and I was always yelled at when I asked questions regarding my great-uncles, even if it wasn't related to their deaths. My grandfather continued, "My son doesn't believe what happened, not since he met your mother, and became convinced that the things like my brother's deaths are impossible. He was furious when I told Eva on her 17th birthday, and I'm sure he will be even more furious when he learns that I told you." He stopped talking and motioned for me to come over to the bed with him. I moved to sit next to him, but before I sat down he asked, "I'm gonna tell you because I want you to be safe, to use what I know to protect yourself. You need to know what happened, because I am sure the same thing that murdered my brothers is still out there, feeding, living in the woods." I sat down. "I want to know what happened, the truth, why no one will tell me, and why even the mention of your brothers angers people." "Good, because this is not something I would let you hear. You're 16, 2 years older than I was, and 2 years younger than Robert. Oliver was 13, and the twins, Joe and James, were 10. We practically lived in the forest around town, exploring trails, climbing trees, chasing rabbits and other animals. We always stuck together, and in all seasons we were out there doing something." My grandfather wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring at my bookcase, full of not books, but wooden animals that I have carved and placed on those shelves since I was 10, and learnt to carve from my father. He wasn't really looking at my animals, but more at the open air between them, remembering the years he spent in the forest with his brothers. It was almost July, and Robert was to go away for the summer before coming back to help our father with the store. Our father had always told us not to go more than a few miles into the forest alone. This was a rule that we always followed, until the week before Robert was meant to leave. We decided that while Robert was still here, all 5 of us would go out into the woods and spend a night or 2 further than any of us had ever been. We all knew how to hunt, read maps, and basic survivals from our father, and saw no reason that we couldn't. Besides, Robert was an adult now. He said the last part, dripping with sarcasm, and a sour look spread across his face before continuing with his story. We all packed bags that we used when going out with our father. We packed everything we needed, from food to flint for a fire. We all were armed with the silver knives our grandfather had given us when we turned 10. He said that they were made by the settlers of this town, and that they would never rust or dull and would protect us. They didn't. We left a note for our parents and left. Robert led us. He was the oldest and holding the map. The map didn't have any specific pathway, and after about 10 or so miles, it was just a dark green blob of the forest. In the center of that blob, some 30 or so miles off the map, is where he wanted to go. When we got to the section of the forest that the map did not show, we started cutting arrows into trees, pointing back home. We left early in the morning, and it was late in the day, I'd say 5ish, when Robert was happy with a clearing and we made camp. The clearing we chose was small, surrounded by impossibly dense forest to every side. It was a few yards away from the stream, and the woods around us were plentiful with life. After we pitched an old tent, we set out to explore the woods near our new clearing. There was nothing remarkable, just trees and life. The sound of birds and other animals moving about it was a peaceful and beautiful thing. As he described their trek through into the unknown wilderness, the sour expression left his face and was replaced by a mixture of happiness and regret. It was long and tiring to get there, but the clearing made it worth the trip. We all seemed to regain our energy and chased each other around like half of us weren't coming up on adulthood. We had built a fire to cook a squirrel or rabbit that Robert caught for us. Robert was putting the poor animal over the fire when I first found a sign that something wasn't right in our clearing. His hands turned to fists, and the slightly happy, reminiscent tone that was in his voice vanished. I was walking around the clearing when I saw something sticking out of the ground. I pulled it up. Out the ground, thinking it was odd. It was a whitish rock. I immediately dropped it. It was a jawbone. At the time I couldn't tell what animal it was from. I'd never seen a human jawbone before, but I am now sure that it was indeed from a human. The jawbone still had a few scraps of greying meat or tissue still attached to it. I told Robert, but he brushed it off, telling me that it had been there a long time, and it was just some other animal's kill, like the one we were about to eat. We ate our kill and went to bed. The jawbone sat in the back of my mind. It worried me, you see, because I cannot say what kind of animal it came from. It never occurred to me. It could be human. I do not know when it was, but I woke up in complete darkness, and it was apparent that something was immediately wrong. The forest around our clearing was completely silent. No nocturnal animals moving through the brush, no insects humming in the trees, no wind rustling in the leaves. It was the end of June, and the forest was completely silent. Or so I thought, until I heard the only noise there was to hear. A cracked, scared voice of a woman calling for help. The voice was wrong. The words were right, and logic said that there was a woman out there in need of aid. But it was wrong, like the words were coming out of a throat that was not made to speak human languages. We were all sleeping in the old tents, and as I started to get up, Robert motioned for me to sit back down. I did so, and Robert himself left the tent. He called out to the woman and was greeted by another cry. The fire was still smouldering, and I could see the wood catch as he fed more to the fire. As Robert moved around the clearing, calling for the woman to follow his voice to our fire, the others began to wake. Oliver asked me what the hell was going on. At the same instant, James asked what smelt like rotten eggs. I had no idea what he was talking about, and instead told Oliver and the others about the woman in the woods. Oliver was watching the shadowy image of Robert moving around the tent, and Joe was pulling on his hair, a habit that both the twins had when they were younger and scared. James finally spoke, but his voice was wrong, not his normal excited squeak, and not even nervous stutters. It was a cold, dead-sounding noise that made me think that James knew everything that was going to happen. The sound of that voice, coming from my little 10-year-old brother, was a terrible thing. That's not a woman. It's a man with horns. Those are the words he spoke. The words that caused my blood to run cold. The words that caused me to leave the tent and join Robert in our clearing. The woman's voice was getting closer, coming from just beyond the north side of our clearing. As she got closer, I realized that the voice was on a loop. The exact same tone, the exact little hiccup after help, and the same sob after me. I think Robert saw it too, because he stiffened in front of me and told me to stay behind him. The others had all exited the tent, and Oliver handed me my knife. Neither me nor Robert thought to get them, but Oliver had, and at that moment I was more happy to have my knife than I was to have anything else. The voice was now just beyond the light of the fire. It turned less and less human as it drew closer, and in the middle of the last cry for help, the words turned into a predatory growl. The shadow that was barely visible in the dark tree line past the fire was that of a hulking and distorted human being. It started to step into our clearing. My grandfather started to shake. His eyes widened and he went as pale as ice. His voice started to fill with fear. It was like he was back in that clearing, watching this monster approach them. "Grandpa?" I tried to pull his attention back to me and away from the horrors of his past. He just kept talking, not even realizing I said anything. The beast stood there, on the other side of the fire. It seemed to be letting us take its appearance in. It was taller than I imagined it could be. Hunched over, as it was, I swear that it was at least 8 feet tall. It was standing on 2 impossibly long back legs, ending in long, narrow feet that seemed to only have one toe tipped with a terrible dagger-like talon. Its arms, staring high up on its shoulders, were at its sides. The long fingers at the end of its arms all ended in similar black talons that seemed to absorb the light from the fire. Its claws must have been 1 foot long. They seemed to be brushing the dirt at its side while it breathed. It was impossibly thin, and its clay-coloured skin fit its body so poorly that I could see every bone outline across the entirety of it. It had no hair, and I could see where its genitals should have been. The skin was flat and seamless. I brought my gaze up away from its monstrous body and to its deformed face. The skin was pulled just as tightly around its skull as it was around the rest of its body. Its faces resembled humans, while at the same time being completely wrong. It had no lips, just deep grooves where they should have been. This absence revealed a mouth full of crooked needle-like teeth and a long, dark blue tongue hanging out one side of its mouth. Black saliva rolling down it like a sap from a tree. Its eyes were the worst part, like an owl's but sunken deep into its skull. They were bright yellow. It seemed to me that the firelight caused them to glow, giving off a minuscule amount of light of their own. The smell of death quickly filled and cleared, steaming from the thing that had entered. For what seemed like an endless amount of time we stood there, me and my brother on one side of the fire, and this monster on another. We studied it while it studied us, no one moving. I tightened my grip on my knife. I wanted some kind of magic protection between me and this thing. Then the spell was broken. Robert stepped backwards and his foot landed right on a stick, and the monster let out a blood-curdling yell. Oliver dropped the rest of the knives, never having the chance to give them to the others. Joe screamed and started to turn away from the beast. Robert swore and started backing up faster. James stood watching the monster as it screamed into the air and jolted forward. It moved fast, impossibly fast, faster than anything I had ever seen. As it came for us, it brought one taloned hand up, and the next thing I knew, was that the arm Robert had started raising to protect his face was missing half a foot of itself. Joe was running with Oliver not far behind. James was still standing, staring at the beast as its mouth full of crooked needles closed around Robert's throat. I grabbed James by the arm and started to drag him with me. I did not need to drag him far, as he started running as fast as he could on his own. I kept hearing ripping noises from behind me, but I kept running behind the others, trying to keep them all in sight. The tearing noises stopped, and around me the wind picked up out of nowhere. The wind was blowing from behind us, from the clearing. It was pushing us along, blowing leaves to chase us, bending trees to look down at us, severing branches from trunks to attack us. Though the wind roared in my ears, I could hear the crack of the branch and thought of the cloud of dirt and leaves blocking my vision. I could hear the branch strike Joe ahead of me. He had started crying when he described how the monster lunged at Robert. He continued crying and told me Oliver and James had ran ahead. I had to shove James forward to keep him from stopping for Joe. I stopped for him, threw the branch off him and stopped. He was breathing still, short and uneven breaths, but still breathing. The branch hadn't killed him, but it had broken his skull. I did not know what I should do, but neither did I have any time to think about it. The wind had passed me, and even though I could still see its ripping branches of trees in the pursuit of my brothers, the smell of death was suddenly in my nose again, all around me, never ending. A growl filled my ears and an impossibly solid, impossibly skinny, impossibly strong stick hit me in the back and sent me flying. To this day, I do not know why I did not die after it threw me across the forest floor. Somehow, I did not splatter against a tree or fall onto rocks. The blow did not break my back, though it should have, as its talons did not slash me in half like I was made of paper. Somehow, I fell 10 or 15 feet away from the monster that had pulled about Joe's head and started devouring its contents completely unharmed. I wish I had yelled, tried to do anything to save Joe, to save Robert, but I did nothing. I turned away from the monster and its feast, and I ran. I ran in the direction I thought James and Oliver went, and in a matter of moments I saw them, ahead, and to the right of me, running faster than I thought anyone as small as them could possibly go. I caught up to them, and we ran until we reached a wide open, moving river that we could not possibly cross. The wind had died down. It was no longer a powerful gale, but a light breeze carrying a haunting siren that seemed to emanate from the deepest part of the forest. The siren got louder, more consistent, and the wind picked up, freezing cold despite the fact that it was the end of June. It was there, seemingly appearing with the wind, not a foot behind Oliver. Before I fully comprehended the figure behind Oliver, it grabbed him, one arm wrapped around his middle, the other his arm, cutting into his arms. In one moment, Oliver's arms were ripped from his body, and the monstrous claw disabled him. Oliver fell into the river, with his organs sliding into the ground. James and I looking on in horror as the beast. He stopped talking, no longer able to continue through his emotions. I had tried to comfort him, but he never even noticed that I was still there with him. A few moments after he continued, I ran at that bastard with my knife in my hand yelling. I wasn't thinking. I just knew I needed to kill it. It swatted me like a bug. I flew into the base of a tree, but somehow I was still unhurt. I sat against the trunk of the tree, looking at the knife in my hands, dazed before something thick and warm dripped onto the back of my neck. I looked up into the distorted evil face inches from my own. Its eyes were a bright fluorescent yellow, and they really did give off their own light. They were sitting in what looked like a congealed blood, never blinking, and its pupils were like pinpoints. Blood covered its needle-filled mouth and dripped down its dark tongue, mixing with its black saliva. It started reaching for me, and without thinking, I brought my knife up, slashing its face and cutting through one glowing yellow eye. The beast screamed in pain before rushing backwards. Its face was smoking where I parted its skin. I took the opportunity to run, passing Oliver's corpse and grabbing James's arm one last time to pull him with me. Unlike earlier, James was frozen. He allowed himself to be dragged, but would not run on his own. I dragged him through the woods. All the while, pain howls possessed the air around us. It took us hours, but I had thought that we had gotten away. It was still too early in the morning to see much, and I sat James under a tree so we could rest a short while. James told me he had seen the monster in his dreams before. He said 3 days before we left, he dreamt that Robert, Oliver, and Joe would be cut to ribbons, and that he, James, would be left running through the woods screaming how his feet were going to burn him up. He had trouble telling me this, because he was weeping almost uncontrollably, but somehow he got to sleep, still weeping. The last thing he asked me was, why do I still smell rotting meat? He never gave me time to answer. James was plagued with terrible night terrors that caused him to scream out and talk incomprehensibly in his sleep. Nothing I did could wake him or calm him down, and eventually I must have started to doze. The next thing that I knew, my ears are full of screaming, louder and further away all at once than they were a moment ago. It was James screaming, and I quickly saw that his clothing, which were illuminated by the first light of the morning, was strewn across the ground in a small path leading away from where I had been sleeping. I started following the clothing and saw James, yards away, running faster than he had at any other point that night, screaming at the top of his lungs. I ran after him, and for a time I was gaining. As I got close, I could hear him saying, "It's so hot, it's burning me up." I was almost on him. I was going to grab him, but he jumped over a pit, and I didn't quite see it until my foot got caught in it. I fell, twisted my ankle, and hit my head on a log. James screamed about the thing burning him up, and it was the last thing I heard before I fell unconscious. He stopped speaking, and I waited a few moments for him to continue, but he didn't. "What happened?" I finally asked. He started, seemingly forgetting that he was telling me this story. He stood up and told me to follow him. We left my room, descended the stairs, crossed through the living room, and entered my grandfather's room. The walls were covered in paintings of dark woods that my grandfather had illustrated. The painting that I never really thought about before looked strangely ominous. He had been deathly quiet all the while we were walking to his room, but as he opened up his closet and started rummaging through it, he spoke again. After going back to where we had slept, I collected James' clothing and the knife that I had left behind when chasing after him. The sun was almost directly overhead when I finally limped back into the trees we had carved arrows into. It was starting to get dark again when I made it back to the house. We never found James, or any remains of the others, and within a year, I left this terrible town we live in. I left to study the occult, to study the monster that attacked us. When I discovered its name, what it could do, everything from that night made sense. It was a Wendigo. A deformed, cannibalistic human spirit made into a monster. It consumes human flesh. It can mimic human voice and control the weather. It's a monster of unimaginable strength and speed. It tears people apart and can make them go mad with fever. I think that's what happened to James. After years, I came back here hoping to find it, to kill it. How did you know it wasn't already dead? I knew it was still alive, you see, because they can live for hundreds of years before the spirit moves on and possesses a new host, corrupting them and either merging with the new soul or destroying it. He had uncovered an old wooden trunk that was covered by years of junk piling up in the back of the closet. He was having trouble pulling the trunk out of the closet, so I got up and helped. As we worked, he spoke. I spent years looking for this monster, going into the woods, searching for the Wendigo, but I never found him. Sometime in my 20s, I found the silver knives that we had left behind in the clearing. I found other things too, body parts and trees, a cave where I think it once lived, cuts in trees and rocks left by its talons, but never the beast. We got the trunk out and used an old key on a string from around his neck to open it. Inside was an old revolver, a sheathed knife, and 3 leather-bound journals and countless pencil drawings. My grandfather motioned for me to look through the trunk contents. I had an old acquaintance of mine melt down my brother's knives and turned the melted silver into bullets. I wanted to use those bullets to kill it. I put the gun down carefully on the bed and picked up the knife. The sheath was well made, leather dyed a dark blue, with golden symbols sewn into it. The sheath was obviously newer than the knife, whose leather hilt was old and worn by use and age. I unsheathed it, revealing a silver blade as sharp and embellished as the day it was made. My grandfather was right. The knife never rusted or lost its edge, and I carried it with me every day for over 20 years. Resheathing the knife and placing it next to the revolver, I took out the 3 journals. In those, I wrote down everything I learned about the mysteries of the world. They contain information on many mythical items and people that I encountered. I always wanted to give them to your dad, but he never accepted the truth of our world. It broke my heart when he refused them. Unopened, I set the journals down in a stack next to me. Taking one of the many stacks of drawings and shifting slowly through them, one of the drawings showed a creature like the one my grandfather had described, the Wendigo. But others showed images of people with fangs, living trees, creatures with the faces of different animals, spirits and ghouls. A few showed not monsters but men, women and children, all massacred in various ways. About halfway through the stack, I put it down and looked up at my grandfather. He was watching me, studying my reaction, trying to see if I believed what my father refused to. "Are all of these real?" I asked quietly. "All of those are not only real, but things I fought. There are more than just Wendigos out in the world. Countless evils share this plane of existence with us, and I've come across many here in my time. After each battle, I would draw the monster that was my opponent. It helped me cope with what had happened and what I need to do. When I did not save a victim, I drew them as I found them, as a way to remember them, and to strengthen my resolve to save the victims of the next monster. I started to put all of the items back into the trunk, before pushing it back into the depths of the closet again. I did not tell you all this so you could rush out and try and find that Wendigo, those woods, and the beast that stole my brother's lives and destroyed mine. I did not want that for you. I told you so you know what's out there. The thing that preys on humanity, even though it's not my purpose. If you ever decide you need to know more about the things out there, then go through my journals. Call my old contacts. They already know you might reach out." Before anything else was said, my father entered the room. Furious, he sent me out. Before I had even closed the door, he was yelling at my grandfather for poisoning me with those ludicrous monsters of his. I did not ever speak about the Wendigo or any other monster to my grandfather again. I did not know what I wanted to do. I couldn't go back to the innocent childhood that I had been enjoying before our tour. I couldn't just march off to kill monsters either. I didn't want to die like my great-uncles, and I had not developed my need to save others. 2 or so weeks after I learnt about the Wendigo, my grandfather walked into the woods and never returned. When I realized where he had gone, and that he would not be returning, I rushed into his room. I once again pulled out the trunk, meaning to break open the lock if I had to, but there was no need. Resting on top of the trunk were 2 items, the key and a note. I read the note first. To my only grandson, I have decided to find the Wendigo that murdered my family. I do not plan to kill it. I do not think I'm able to. Instead, I plan to let it kill me, so that when I see my brothers again, we will be on equal footing. We will have known the same hardship and the same death. I feel the need to see that monster one more time, and this is the only time left. I'm leaving you everything in this trunk. Do with it what you will. Do not be controlled by revenge like I was. If you try to hunt down the monster, do it for the living and not for the dead. I know that you are a better man at 16 than I ever was, and I love you for it. Goodbye, my grandson. Love, Grandpa. I read his note 3 times before carefully folding it up and putting it in my pocket. I unlocked the trunk and opened it. Everything was exactly where I had put it weeks before. The revolver and the knife were still untouched. My grandfather brought no form of protection with him to face the Wendigo. I reached for the gun, intending to run after him and fight the Wendigo to save him. But I didn't. Instead, I picked up his first journal and thumbled through it until I came across a list of names. Each name was accompanied by a phone number, and I realized that these were my grandfather's contacts. In the 24 hours that followed, I called every number in that list and started forming my own journey to leave my little hometown and learn the truth of this world. 5 years have passed since I left home, and I've only been back for a week. In that week, my room has changed a lot. The comic books are gone. So are the fantasy novels, the piles of homework, the toys I used to play with. Even the animals I used to carve are missing from my shelves. In their place, 3 newer wood carvings sit. A horned snake with 2 tails, a man with tattered wings and the leg of a goat, and a dog with 3 heads. These 3 carvings are all the images of the 3 monsters I have killed since leaving here. At the foot of my bed, there's a trunk containing 3 old journals, a revolver, a silver knife with a new leather grip to match its sheath, as well as old books, one of which is specifically about the legend of the Wendigo, and 2 new knives, one of silver and one of iron. In front of me is my very own journal. Inside is the note that my grandfather wrote for me. The details of all 3 of my other hunts, and this entry. I am writing this in here because I'm going to enter the forest tonight and kill the Wendigo. I plan to leave this here in case I do not return, so that my family will know what happened to me. Whether I live or die, I want you to know that I have a life I'm proud of. I've saved lives and have made this world a little safer and filled with fewer monsters than when I found it. I do not plan for this hunt to be my last, and will do my damnedest to come back for this journal, but I know it doesn't mean I will. I love you all. Dean Gray. I live in Russia, and my encounter happened around a year ago in February. I was walking by the embankment at 10 p.m. It was already dark, and nobody was around. There is a road which has 3 levels, a big street. Then it goes down into a smaller one, and finally the embankment, which turns into a small path through thick snow. Just imagine, you're walking through an industrial area which barely has streetlights, no people, and on your left there is a little forest, and on the right there is a river. So I was walking on the path when I saw this man. His whole appearance alarmed me instantly. He had skis on, but was trying to walk as he was without them. In the deep snow, it was around his knee level, and I saw how much effort it took for him not to fall and carry on moving. There was no way to avoid this person, because it was a tiny path through the snow. He was staring at me, smiling. I'm unsure if it was in a predatory way, but something was strange in the smile. I thought, well, if anything happens, I can push him and run, and carry on moving. When I was right next to him, this happened. Everything took place in about 3 seconds. I was watching his every move with my side vision, and in one moment, he vanished. There was nowhere to hide. The trees give you at least 100 meters worth of visibility, and hiding in the snow isn't an option. You would be visible regardless. He was gone. I slightly turned my head to that direction when I captured something right behind me. A stickman. It was absolutely black, around my height, maybe a bit taller. Very thin, with a big head and no neck at all. It was standing in a very threatening position, with its arms set apart like an animal preparing to attack. This figure looked like a picture printed straight onto the air. I thought the 2D object should be material at some point, with the thickness of a sheet of paper, for example. But no, this looked entirely different. I turned my head away and started running to the second level of the road. When I got there, I looked back. This thing was peeking out of a tree, and when I spotted it, it hid behind it. At this point, I really thought that I was going to die for sure, and when I got to the third level, some cars were driving by, so it calmed me down a little. I looked back. The stickman was standing in the spot where I was a second ago, right in the middle of the road. The whole landscape looked so unreal that at some point I questioned my sanity. This time, I kept the contact and tried to examine the thing. The stickman was slightly moving back and forth, but its whole body had a very stable dark black figure. I got a feeling. The feeling saying that I shouldn't be seeing this, that my survival instincts were blurring out of my mind, that were telling me to flee. And it was also a feeling like, he's found me. Imagine the feeling when you play hide and seek, and your cousin is very slow finding anyone, so you sit somewhere for 20 minutes. At first you feel the pleasure from the game, but then as time drags on you get bored, and when they finally find you, it's almost like a relief. I think that something tried to stop me from walking away, because at some point there was a little desire to approach it. Anyway, it was obvious that it was following me, and the thing is I lived very close to that area. I didn't know what to do, either to wander through the streets so it would lose me, or go directly home. But this thing would know where I lived. I decided to run to safety immediately without looking back. And yes, that wasn't the end. That night, I had sleep paralysis. I remember laying in bed listening to the sound of water from my aquarium, when it suddenly stopped. I thought someone was trying to grab my attention, so I opened my eyes, and right next to the bed was the same black figure. This was it, the end of my life. I literally saw my entire existence flash before my eyes. It stood 3 feet away from me, and then it turned in a fog and started to fill my lungs through my nose and throat. When it was entirely inside my body, I awoke, or I didn't sleep at all, I don't know. The thing is, I haven't noticed any difference with myself since. This whole encounter was very different from anything I've seen in my life. There are things you've never experienced before, so you don't actually know what to think or feel, and are filled with curiosity. I am low-key disturbed. Would I one day find myself in the middle of nowhere approaching a random person with the skis on and disappearing next moment? Did that dream mean anything, or was it a dream? I barely remember that man's face. This has been a terribly odd and confusing experience, and if anyone has encountered anything similar, I'd love to hear about it, so that I know I'm not the only one. This was just last year. I had moved from New York to Vermont and decided to rent a home for a few months that allowed my cat and dog, while I waited to close on my new home in Vermont. Last year it was particularly snowy, and this house was located up a small mountain off a dirt road. If 10 cars passed on the road during the day, that was a busy day. I thought it was closer to the village when I first booked it through Zillow, but I wasn't looking to go anywhere really, but to instead heal, rest up, and relax from what already had been an exhausting ordeal and moving experience. I had some guy friends who would help me get up there, and they left after one night. I was told not to let my dog run without a leash, as there were a few alpacas at the next door farm who may attack my dog, which was at least 1/8 of a mile walking distance away. Not that my aging dog was going anywhere too quickly. He was 17 at the time and could barely walk anymore. He was one of those awesome, really great dogs you may be lucky to have once or twice in your life. Got along with everything and anyone. The next door neighbor, after that, was at least a mile down the road. As I settled into this lovely, one-story home, the house had automated motion detectors that would light up the driveway that ran behind the house. There stood a huge ancient apple tree that still had some apples on it, way high up, even in March, and your usual pine and birch trees surrounding the property. The large front and back lawn areas, being several acres in size, are surrounded by forests and old rock walls. I grew up in an area in New York where I was surrounded by trees and forests, so I wasn't spooked until the second night. The house had a large pond out front which was covered in ice and snow. There was literally at least 4 feet of snow on the ground, with just enough of the driveway plowed to get your car in and out. I backed my car by the back door, and there were several outbuildings too on the property. One building in particular was perhaps 30 feet from the back door of the house, that you could go through the kitchen to get to. In this open garage-like building, it looked to be used like a large garden storage area. There were no doors, just an open area. Off the kitchen was a screened-in porch that faced the pond out front. So, on the second night I take my dog, put him on the leash, it's 8 p.m, and pitch black outside. Fresh, fluffy snow of about 1 foot has fallen, and me being a silly New Yorker with just sneakers without any socks, in my nightgown and a light jacket, I walk out the back door with my dog in tow, thinking I'd only be out for a few minutes. I walk him slowly to do his business, as I was soon readying to get to bed. As I returned to the door, I soon realized I had inadvertently locked myself out of the house. Oh no. It was one of those types of doorknobs that you twist in one direction, and it will lock itself. I tried not to panic, but it was cold, and there I am looking silly, and thought perhaps, well, I could walk to the neighbor's house. But I had no flashlight, no cell phone, and felt I would break an ankle trying to manage to walk in the dark. That's when I remembered I saw something in the open garage-like building. It was a crowbar. I thought I could do one of those MacGyver moves. I've seen enough window break-ins on TV, and went to take my dog's leash and tie it around my car's left mirror. I knew I would only be losing my deposit at this point, and I'd have to pay for the damage, but heck, I'm stuck outside with no key and freezing temperatures, without any way of even getting into my car to stay in the night with the dog. I go grab the crowbar, and with little hesitancy, and then with full vigor, I took said crowbar facing away, swung it at the glass as hard as I could. It bounced off, making the loudest sound that just echoed in the night, and it even sparked. Now, first of all, what kind of window doesn't break? Mind you, I'm a strong gal, but this was like bulletproof glass on safety glass. Then I thought, well, since perhaps it's a safety feature, let me try another window. I chose another one to the left after surveying it. I could probably get to climb in, and again, same issue. I was like, forget this. There has to be another solution. That's when I remembered the screened-in porch that's off the kitchen, and I thought, well, perhaps I could get to the screened porch door that leads outside, and if the door to the kitchen was still unlocked, well, I'd only have to pay for the ripped screen. Much easier than to repair a broken window. So I go, and there's at least a 15-inch path of snow that must be cleared for me to even access that screen door. So I go to the garage and grab the shovel I saw earlier, my hands and legs getting colder with every moment, and I start to clear the snow, shoveling as quickly as I can. At the time, my dog is barking, because he can't see me around the corner. His barks echo off the back of the mountain that's beyond the forest in the backyard. I keep yelling at him to quieten down. When I no longer hear him, I don't think about it too much, because I have to get inside, and figured he'd just calm down. Finally, I reach the screen door, and I'm super grateful it's unlocked. I squeeze my way through, pushing more snow out the way, and make my way to access the kitchen door, hoping all the while I haven't locked it. And, to my relief, it's unlocked. I run through the kitchen, go out the back door to the door from which I got locked out of to grab my dog, not without grabbing my keys this time. I look at the mirror of the car, and my dog's not there. His leash just hangs there, and it looks like it's been torn. I start to freak out, like I need any more troubles tonight. I start to walk around the back of the house, and there's my old dog, happily having done his business, just wadding his way back to me. I am one very relieved chick. I tie the leash into a knot so that I can use it the next day. It's one of those retractable leashes made for dogs that are over 100 pounds, and is at least an inch wide. How he tore or chewed through it that quickly, I often wonder. Finally, I get to bed and vow to never leave the house without keys in my hand. The next night is when Bigfoot decides to tell me they're in the neighborhood. I go out again at 8 p.m. It's a clear night, and I'm staring up at the stars in disbelief at how pretty it all is. I'm seeing constellations I've never seen after years of living in New York. I'm standing at the back of the house, in front of a large picture window that looks out towards the backyard and mountain, with an open garage at my 3 o'clock position to my right. I was only there for a minute or two when I heard the first knock, and the 2 o'clock position, and another one coming from the 11 o'clock position from where I'm standing. They were single, very clear knock noises, very much just like the ones I had made the night before while trying to get back into the house, by trying to break back into the house through the windows. When I heard the noise, they were very distinctive. I know the sounds that trees make when they sway. This wasn't trees swaying. In fact, it was no wind at all that night. You know, I hightailed it back inside the house in seconds flat, and I locked the door. Next night, I'm thinking it's okay. But what would happen next scared me to bits. I'm doing the usual routine of walking the dog just down the driveway. I've now learned where the lights are for the outside, so I make sure they are all on. It's icy and I'm using a ski pole to help me walk safely with a flashlight. The house keys are in my jacket pocket while I walk the dog for his last evening walk. As I start to return to the back kitchen door, I look beyond the open garage out building. because a pop of color caught my eye. That's when I saw a pair of really large red eyes looking back at me at the edge of where the yard ends, with a rock wall abutting the forest. Perhaps an owl, I think, as I continue to look. I move and shift my body left to right, thinking it must be a reflector, something that's catching the lights. I would be good with an explanation, but no. It was eyes. Big red eyes staring straight and watching me. What got me most was how wide apart they are. They were about 100 to 120 feet from where I was standing. They looked at least 10 inches apart. I didn't even want to imagine how big whatever it was that was looking at me could be. I stood there for at least a minute because I was waiting for it to move, until I couldn't comprehend what I was looking at. So I scurried back into the house. The next day I went out and looked again at that area from which I saw eyes looking back at me. Looked carefully, even venturing out into the deep snow for about 30 feet to see if perhaps it was something like reflectors or tin cans. I even retrieved the binoculars, came back out, and I couldn't see anything except for the rock wall, forest, and the sounds of birds chirping happily. As I stayed there for 3 or 4 more weeks, I never saw those eyes, or whatever was reflecting again. This isn't my first experience with a possible Bigfoot, as I have 2 others, but these happened in New York. But yes, people, there are odd things up in the mountains in Chester, Vermont, and it wasn't a mountain lion, nor wolf, nor coyote. But to hear that knocking, and then those big red glowing eyes the next day, I kept my night walking the dog very short after that, and I never left the house after dark for any other reason. I can assure you I felt like I was being watched several times after those first few nights. I didn't fear anything, but it was more like they were curious and watching out. The kicker? There was a key hanging right above the shovel I grabbed that first night that would have gained my access back into the house immediately. And yes, I got my entire security deposit back. I adored that house, by the way. And I haven't shared this story much, but my MacGyver days are over, that's for sure. Years ago, when I was 13 years old, I went on a trip to celebrate Easter with my mum's family. It was a tradition for us to go have a picnic in the middle of a big field, 40 minutes from my grandma's house. The field is basically in the middle of nowhere in rural Mexico. That day, my cousins and I got very curious about a small hill we could see from the field. It always caught our attention because it looks like a giant took a big bite out of it. I know it used to work as a rock mine several years prior. And anyway, we decided to go investigate and left the picnic. We walked for 20 minutes until we crossed a road and went up a hill. Once there, we started looking for a way to trespass a metallic fence that kept us from going into the actual mine, and eventually we found a hole in it. My cousin was recording with her cell phone as we were making jokes and acting like normal cringy teenagers, when suddenly she froze and whispered, "Hey, there's something in the rocks," and she pointed her camera to the rock wall behind us. At first I thought she was joking, but something about her expression seemed off, so I turned back, and there was a human dog-like hybrid looking at us from a hole in the rocks, about 20 to 30 meters above the ground. It had pink, pale, and wrinkly skin, and a long snout and long ears, white eyes, and hands with long fingernails. It had no hair, and it kept still, just watching us. After what felt like an eternity, the weird creature finally went into the hole again, and we started running back to the picnic spot. We showed the video to our family right after being scolded for going so far without saying anything to anyone, but you could barely see anything on the video. After all these years, I still don't know what that thing was, and I get goosebumps when I think about it. The mother of my best friend had a brother working on that mine in the 70s or so, and she claims that he and other workers died there, but the families never got the bodies back. Apparently, rocks collapsed multiple times, killing the people working and making it very difficult to retrieve the corpses. Well, that's what the owners of the mine said to all the families involved. After a few incidents, they decided to close the mine for good. I was driving around my friend's old neighborhood, keeping an eye on the place as it's quite a hotspot for the paranormal and supernatural. On one such instance is when he and I were walking down his street. The sun was setting and the evening breeze glided through the trees, all the while as a peaceful, heavy and suffocating surreality filled the atmosphere. Just as a shiver went up my back, he turned to the edge of the woods, and I followed suit soon after. As if on cue, a man's yell, painful and full of agony, broke the eerie serenity of the evening. Now on edge, as this type of thing happens from time to time, we pick up our pace and walk briskly, as his home was just 10 minutes from where we were. But we knew anything could happen between here and there if we weren't careful. About 5 minutes away now, another yell boomed from the woods, but this time it altered from before, becoming more and more animalistic as it dragged on. We picked up our pace again, the daylight almost completely gone, and finally reached his front porch. And that's when we heard it, behind us, in the woodline. We heard a screech, an awful combination of a rooster's crow, a goat's bleat, and a dog's bark. After that, whatever it was, hissed and began coming towards us quickly. The leaves in the trees rustled as it got closer and closer, jumping down from the branches and into the brush of the bushes and smaller trees. It came crashing towards us and just stopped before it broke out of the tree cover, breathing heavily and pointing its bony clawed fingers out of the brush and to us, curling it in a motion as if to tempt us to come closer. After that, my friend unlocked his door and swung it open, both of us stumbling inside and slamming it shut behind us. As soon as we did, whatever that thing was slammed up against it and tried to break it down. If not at the very least, frightening us. It then sounded as if it jumped from his porch and back into a tree, dashing back into the woods. Later on that night, we heard some occasional scratching, as well as tapping on the windows and other parts of the house, but we didn't bother to open the blinds for obvious reasons. Thankfully, we had the pleasure to not see what it looked like, but did have the misfortune of hearing it screech and seeing its clawed, bony, thin fingers. That's just one of the many uncomfortable, yet equally exciting experiences we've had together. He and I are sensitive to things like this, and as such, from what we've determined, after so many encounters with haunting and breathtaking dauntless beings, are seen as something curious in their eyes, that we may either hinder or help them. Anywho, if you want a good time, be sure to visit Holbrook, South Carolina. It's in Dorchester County, a quaint and quiet little neighborhood. Unfortunately, most of it has been destroyed for housing development, but that doesn't exactly restrain the odd things from occurring. Just be on your guard and stay safe. In college, I lived up on top of a mountain road, but still only 5 minutes to tow down a trail through the woods. There was 100-plus-year-old oak in the yard, slab stone porch built by hand. I lived in the studio apartment that was outside the main house. The main house was haunted, but my shack was cozy. The woods up there were weird too. I've never really been in the main house, after all. but the three who lived there said some nights you couldn't sleep from all the noise, the floorboards creaking, the thumps and knocks. My experiences happened outside. Like I said, I hunted small game up there, as there must have been a rabbit colony in the vicinity, plus a few squirrel drays. Often out there while I was stalking, I'd get the distinct feeling of being stalked myself. Keep in mind, this stand of forest is only several acres, but it was preserved mainly because of the historic oak trees scattered about. It's old woods. I would hear laughter, like children's laughter, but not quite like in a creepy movie. It was a bit distorted, and almost like flirty giggles that you might imagine a fairy make. It would come from a different location each time I sought it, and I eventually decided to stop following it and hunt. It never did stop. I would sometimes spend an afternoon in town having drinks or hanging at my friend's place. I'd finally leave and have enough liquid courage to hike back up the trail in the dark. That laughter would be replaced by noise, just like things running all around you and dashing about the trees. I've been an outdoorsman for a long time, and I know the woods are noisy at night, particularly in the southern Appalachians. But this was different. It was dead silent out there in that stand at night, except for this rushing to and from by some unseen feet. Not like game fleeing, deer run away and crash about doing it. These steps were like something or things running swiftly around me. It's like it would cross the trail ahead, and then behind me, and then alongside me, but I would never see it. I was a big-time night owl back then, and was regularly up doing schoolwork into 3 or 4 a.m. One such night, it had just snowed a fresh 20 inches or so. Decent accumulation for the area. Our yard and the woods were like a paradise for me and my dog. I was excited to hunt around the next day for tracks and see if I could locate the rabbit den precisely. I was up working and the dog came scratching to get me, not frantic or anything. I let her in and she lay down to sleep. Odd because she's a husky and preferred the snow to my tiny heated apartment every time. I decided to call a night too and went out for a cigarette. It was 3:24 a.m. I can still see it on the top of my MacBook display before I closed it. I went out, noted the clouds were dispersed a bit more, and the moon was bright on the snow. I lit my cigarette, and was just looking out across the fence and into the woods, when something caught my eye. It looked like a silhouette of someone leaning against one of those big oak trees, like you'd see someone with a palm planted against the wall, with one arm straight out leaning against it. It's not moving, so I can't tell if I'm just tired, or if the lighting is funny or what. So I walked further to the end of the porch, and as soon as I stepped onto the fresh snow, there it took off. The thing was tall. My estimates, based on the tree, put the thing at 7 feet tall. It ran along the border of the fence and back off into the woods. It was hairless as far as I could tell, and completely naked. Otherwise, though, its form was just that of a skinny, tall man. I went inside and switched to boots, grabbed my rifle and my flashlight, and I went to check the tracks. I picked up a set of what had to be at least a size 14 or 15 bare foot. It ran along the fence and down the treeless stretch of backyard, as if heading into the woods. But then the tracks ended about 20 inches short of the wood line. I don't know if they managed to jump to the tree line. Probably because there weren't any more tracks that I could find that night or the next day. It's like it just completely vanished after that. I'm a native in the Kiowa tribe. Whether this has any bearing on the occurrence that I'm about to describe, I don't know. It's merely for descriptive purposes. In any case, I grew up in a housing addition, where most of the Kiowas in my hometown live, since the addition was built. There were several other kids my age who lived there as well. It consists of 3 streets connected by 2 streets on either side. My grandma lives on one of the corners at the end of the middle street. The street that connects all 3 main streets is bordered by a standard-sized farmer barbed wire fence, with farmers' properties on either side. There's a street lamp on the corner just outside my grandma's house. One night when I was about 15 or so, I was out under that lamp with 2 friends, talking and joking and whatnot. Suddenly, I notice an animal-like figure sitting by the fence in the corner, where the other main street starts. There's a street lamp, and there's a well, but the figure was sitting in a spot that was obscured by shadows caused by a couple of large trees with overhanging branches. It is facing away from the fence. It's very still and makes no sound. It appears to be all black, sits on its hind legs like a canine, and I can clearly see into its eyes, emitting a soft, yellow glow. I point it out to my friend and ask, "What is that?" They turn to look, and we all stare, trying to make sense of it. It looks straight at us for a few seconds that seem like an eternity. Then in one fluid motion, turning while it jumps over the fence, which is a good 5 feet high, it disappears into the darkness, making no sound, though there was only tall grass and fallen leaves and branches on the other side of the fence. Needless to say, we noped right out of there and went to my friend's grandma's house on the street on the far end of where we saw the creature. My family was at powwow, so nobody was at my grandma's house, and there was no way I was staying there alone after that. We told my friend's grandma what we saw, and she told us there are many mysterious things in the dark in the area of Oklahoma, and that we should just be glad that it wasn't malignant. There are many strange things that happen out there. I've grown up with loads more stories from aunts, uncles, and grandparents. I don't think I want to know what it was. Wyoming is one of the largest states in America, covering nearly 98,000 square miles. Despite its size, Wyoming has less than 600,000 residents, making it one of the least populated states in the US. Its history is rich and is as dark as the coal that fills the endless stream of boxcarts winding their way across the western plains. Many battles and a great deal of blood has been shed by both the white man and the Native Americans in the fight over the lands and its resources. So, as you can well imagine, many residents believe the land is cursed. There are countless stories of paranormal activity, from ghost encounters, Bigfoot sightings, to skinwalkers and cryptids alike, not to mention stories of UFOs and alien abductions. This story, however, is not about spirits or anything of that nature. As a kid, my family would often go camping at Lake DeSmet, just outside of Buffalo. These camping trips often included taking the boat out for some water skiing or fishing. On one particular trip, my father and I were fishing in the middle of the lake. The water was so calm and still, it almost resembled glass. The glare from the midsummer sun's reflection off the water was nearly blinding. Still, we talked lazily about everything and nothing. I recall my father commenting on the fact he thought it was rather strange the fish were not biting at all. He stated it as if something had scared them away. I didn't give what he said much thought, as I was preoccupied by the sudden ripples that began to dance across the water, giving the lake's surface a funhouse mirror effect. I recall thinking it was rather odd for this to be occurring, considering there was no boat or anyone in sight for that matter. My heart began to pound in my chest, as the ripples soon turned to waves that slapped against the side of the boat, with enough force to cause it to rock back and forth. Judging from the look on my father's face, I could tell he too was feeling uneasy about the current situation. "Dad, are you seeing this?" I asked, trying to keep the fear from creeping into my voice. "I am," is all he could say, his eyes nervously scanning the lake. I should point out that the lake is said to have a depth of 70 feet on average and 130 feet at its deepest. Others say no one knows how deep it truly is. There are countless stories regarding a creature known as Smetty. Descriptions of the cryptid are as varied as the sightings. Some describe it as a giant eel with a horse-like head, while others say it resembled an enormous alligator. Most witnesses describe the monster as a classic Loch Ness Monster-style creature. Now keep in mind, I had heard all of the stories and truly believed they were just tall tales. However, all the doubt I had was blown out of the water as I watched what looked like the head and neck of a massive sea monster rise out of the depths, about 50 yards from the boat. As we watched in silence, the creature lazily drifted across the water as if it didn't have a care in the world. Needless to say, my father and I were peeing ourselves with excitement and fear. It was my father that first broke the silence. "Well, I'll be damned. It does exist." "Yeah." Neither of us had thought to bring a camera, so there was no way to capture a picture of the encounter. To be honest, even if we would have, we were both so shaken I doubt either of us would have gotten a decent picture at all. We just sat there staring in awe and disbelief for what seemed like hours. In truth, the whole encounter lasted maybe all of 2 minutes, before the lake creature disappeared beneath the lake's surface. My father and I looked at one another without speaking, and quickly began reeling in our lines. "Well, I guess I know why the fish weren't biting," I pointed out. "Indeed," my father replied, with a slight shiver. "I think it's time for us to get the hell out of this lake," he suggested. I nodded my head in agreement, and without another word to my father, cranked the boat's motor, and we hauled ass back to shore, cautiously keeping an eye out for the monster. I've been back to Lake de Smet many times since, and have yet to see the creature again. However, sightings and stories continue to circulate. Although there is no actual proof that Smetty exists, I know without a doubt that it indeed does. If any of you have seen it or heard about this elusive creature, I would love to hear from you down below. This story happened during my teenage years. I lived in a small town of 2,000 people, mainly surrounded by boreal forest in Canada. This place was great, as we often saw deers, and it was usually a quiet and safe place. To put a bit of context, my house was located at the side of a dead end, and the only light source at night was my house. There was a single street light at the end of the road, but it only lighted up a part of the street and the forest behind it. We were a dog family. I only had small dogs when I lived there. Every day, we needed to let them out to pee, as all dogs do. But at night, they were almost impossible to see because of the darkness. Our terrain was kind of big, and the light sources were weak. I was a gamer at that time, and often stayed up late, so I was the one who needed to take out the dog to pee at 2 a.m. because it stayed with me while I was playing. One night, I opened the door and waited for my dog to do his thing. While trying to look at it, I was only able to see the reflection on the light in its eyes when it looked at me. I started to look around, because there were sometimes deer sleeping in the wood, under the streetlights perhaps, or wild turkeys roaming around, when a little dark spot caught my attention. It looked like a human head emerging from the bushes, but I wasn't able to see it because it was a bit in the dark. I didn't want my dog to run after whatever it was, as it had a tendency to run after wild animals, so I called it. It didn't listen to me, but the thing in the bushes started to crawl towards the street slowly. It looked like a human, with thin limbs, but a normal body and a slightly long neck. I started to freak out a bit, and shook the treats cup so my dog would hurry. It came inside running, and I shut the door as fast as I could, closed the lights in my house so I could have a view of what was outside. The strange animal crawled fast, almost running like a dog with every limb broken. As it improvised a crawling movement, the animal passed under the light, where I saw it had no fur, as a shaved animal. It was disgusting. I was afraid and standing in the dark. The animal ran towards the light and continued on the street where I wasn't able to see it because the houses in my neighborhood were delimited by trees. I locked the door and went to sleep with my dog and spoke to no one about it. A few months later, I went to bed early at 11 p.m. and went to watch some videos on my phone. They were gaming videos, and I had earphones on. The sound on the video was recurring, and I thought it was annoying like a distant weird scream. After the video finished, I went to see another, but during the loading, the sound occurred. I removed my earphones and waited for the sound, and heard it, and had tears in my eyes. It was coming from my window. My room is on the second floor. I looked down into the forest. If there was some movement, the only light near the forest entrance was the moonlight, and an underwater light in our pool that emitted a small halo around it. I wasn't able to see anything, but the sound occurred again. It was like a mix between a distorted scream and a pig having its throat slit, or a strong pain whining from a dog. I looked down and saw an animal that passed so fast it was very hard to see, but it was human-sized with limbs crawling like a spider. It wasn't running after anything, but the sound occurred another time. It was the most horrible thing I'd ever heard. I closed my window to choke a bit of the sonority of it. I heard it again 3 other times, and it stopped after that. I spoke to my dad about the sound, and he told me it was probably a deer being attacked by a wild animal. I was so scared of it I barely walked into the woods at night the 3 years following, before moving into a city to go to university. Even this day I have never heard of an animal like that, and made me really doubt my mental health at the time. Because I had PTSD from a dog attack in middle school, and I sometimes had light hallucinations when I gamed for too long, like a black shadow that disappears immediately or things like that. There were barely any reports of wolves, coyotes or bears in my area, and believe me, I've made a lot of discoveries exploring the forest in this town. This is a story relayed to me by my father. Many years ago, he was doing a road trip of the States. He was driving along one night, determined to stay up. He'd been driving for about 5 hours, and it was approaching midnight. Exhaustion and fatigue from the day had been getting to him, and he was starting to feel the strain at the wheel. Every moment was another fight against sleep, and he kept his eyes open, determined to stay awake, for his destination lied only a half hour away. He thought it best to pull over for a brief respite. So he pulled over on the side of the road. It was a fairly desolate place, and there were no other cars. He stopped, looked about, and it was pitch black. The moon was high in the sky, but other than that, it gave very little light for this surrounding area. He got out of his car, reached into his pocket, and fumbled retrieving a cigarette box, pulled out a cigarette and lit it, while sighing deeply. He really needed to make it that next half hour. As he stood there, thinking about what he was going to do tomorrow, and dreaming about the comfort of a bed for the night, did he hear something in the distance? He turned his head and didn't see anything, and just ignored it, assuming it was the sound of the wind. He finished his cigarette. He stood on the ember, and just as he was about to open the car door, did he look around again. That's when he saw it. The moonlight was reflecting, and there was something in the trees, something vaguely humanoid shape. He tried squinting. Was it a person that needed help? Why were they not approaching? But moreover, why were they standing there creepily, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night? When he realized just how odd this was, did my dad quicken his pace, threw open the car door and closed it, feeling safety within his vehicle. He didn't even do his seatbelt up. He tore us out of there quickly and started making his way to his destination to get some sleep. He looked in his rearview mirror after a few seconds and didn't see anything, and a surge of relief washed over him. As he carried on with his drive, did he occasionally glance in the mirror, and after a few minutes, he noticed it. It was following him. It was matching his speed. He was going at nearly 60 miles an hour. How could this creature be keeping up with him? My father thought he was going mad, but dared not stop to pinch himself and verify this. He put his foot on the accelerator and pumped that machine harder. 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. His car was now really suffering, yet this creature seemed not to stop. Its speed matched the whole time, and as my father was putting his foot further and further, to the point where it wouldn't speed up anymore, he swore he thought the creature was gaining on him. My father was absolutely bricking it. Fear, panic, and terror all consuming him within his mind. His glances back to the mirror were now frequent. His fear was overcoming him. His heart was racing, and he didn't know what to do. And just as quickly as it had started following him, did the creature vanish. It must have run off into a bush or something, or realized my father wasn't worth pursuing. He didn't stop. The speed he maintained, he carried on for several hours. He decided to forget about his little hotel for the night and kept on driving until he reached his friend's place. He passed out when he reached his house about 8 a.m. the next day. The fear fueled him all night, and he told me that he would never visit that part of the States again, and warned me that if I were to find myself down a lonely road in the middle of the night, to keep going and to be wary of my surroundings. Who knows if that creature, whatever it might be, is still out there. How it could reach those speeds, he doesn't know, and he doesn't want to find out. He's just grateful that he got out with his life. A number of years ago, I was driving through the woods. It was dark, and I needed to get home. I was absolutely exhausted after another day doing the late shift. It must have been about 2 a.m. at this point. I'm driving through a fairly secluded patch of forest when I notice that my car starts acting funny. My headlights turn off, and I start playing with the buttons to try and make them turn on again, to no avail. I realize this is dangerous. I can no longer see where I'm going, and if someone, as unlikely as it is, starts coming down this road, I am in serious danger. So I pull over with the little moonlight visibility I have and park my car. There I try turning the engine off and on again, but once turned off, the car doesn't start. It just splutters and dies. This was in the era before cell phones, so I had two choices: walk in the dark until I found the nearest town to use a payphone, or wait it out till morning. I wasn't entirely sure which one I preferred, as it was dark and forested, and to be fair, I knew I had a very long way in either direction to get to the nearest town, so I chose to stay in the car. I reclined my seat and started getting myself comfortable. That's when I heard something in the distance, a sound like no other, a furious cry mixed in with a growl. It sounded like the scream of a fox, and at least a handful of other creatures rolled into one. This horrific primal screaming. I instantly jolted up from my reclined seat and looked out the window, scanning my surroundings. The lighting wasn't very good, and I could barely make anything out past the dark tree line. That's when I realized that if there was something out there, I was showing my face, so I instantly ducked and pretended I wasn't here. The sound happened a few minutes later, this time closer to my vehicle, and a few minutes after that, there was a definite scratching and a tapping on the back of my car. I dared not look up. If there was something there, it could obviously see me through the rear window, and I told myself I was being silly. I'm in a car, I'm protected, nothing can hurt me. I slowly twist my head uncomfortably up, so that I'm still laying down but looking into the back window, and there's nothing there. With a pang of relief, I turn around to face the front window once more, which is where I see it. A creature the likes of which I have never seen. Tall, hairy, the mouth of a dog. It was horrific. Its long, bestial limbs outstretched, far taller than a human. I have no words for what this creature was, and in its own sickening way, it gave me a predatory grin, and I just about shat myself there and then. I fumbled to sit up, but was paralyzed with fear, and in a moment of bravery, as it started moving to the right of my car, as if it were going for the door, did I jolt up and spring into action. I plunged my keys into the car slot, twisted it, and by some kind of miracle the engine revved up. I put my foot on the accelerator and darted into the night. My headlights had started to work again, and I don't think I dropped below 90 the whole way home. When I reached my house at about 4 a.m., I couldn't sleep a wink. I wasn't sure what I saw, but I'm glad I didn't stick around to find out. I know many of you are hearing this and thinking I sound absolutely insane, and trust me, if I hadn't experienced what I had, I'd be in the same boat as you. But I know what I saw, and there is something out there, and I have no intention of finding out what it is. To this day, I keep wondering what happened to come across my sister. It was winter time here in the suburbs of North Virginia. I live with my family in a neighborhood not too far from Washington, D.C., so that's not to say we're in the middle of nowhere. Although our home is very close to a few decently large wooded parks. One night, I was at my then girlfriend's place up near the city. I got a phone call from my sister around 7, which in winter makes it pretty much nighttime here. I didn't think anything of it. Usually she calls me for random things she needs my insight on. I bet I'm up my sister. Ever since she was little, she loved horror movies. Growing up with her, I can tell you firsthand that she isn't easily scared and loves the paranormal. Alright, back to the call. I picked up the phone and first thing I realized was her voice was breaking up. She was sobbing and could barely talk clearly. Instantly my mind started rushing with horrible thoughts about what could have happened. She kept trying to tell me to come home as soon as possible. I asked her why and if everything's okay, and she wouldn't say. She just kept asking me to come home. Obviously I got in my car and rushed home. The neighborhood is very dim. There aren't many lights on, only the few solar panel garden lamps from surrounding homes. And as soon as I got home, I ran inside and asked her again what happened. And she finally began explaining. About half an hour before she called me, she went outside to grab a few things from her car again. It was dark out, but when the car is unlocked, the headlights turn on. When she opened the door to the car, the light was shining from the driveway onto the roof of the garage, and she noticed it from the inside of the car. A short, bipedal human-looking thing standing on two jet-black muscular legs. At first she thought it was a raccoon, but this would have been obvious to her. But this thing, it scared her to the point of crying. While she was in the car, her view was obstructed from the rest of the creature, which was crouching, and from what she described, was scratching at something on the roof, trying to get in. Maybe. But she wasn't going to just stick around to find out. She got out of the car, pretending to not have spotted it. This thing, it acted in a seemingly intelligent way. She thought maybe if I act like I didn't see it, it would just stay up there and not try to attack me or anything. But as she walked behind the car, she heard it stand upright. Startled, she looked directly up at it. She gave me the following description. It was jet black, smooth, dolphin-like skin, with arms and legs, 5-digit hands and no claws, dead-looking, very dirty, and hair covering its head and body. The face is what was disturbing. The face had 2 shining yellow eyes that glowed from the car's headlights, no nose, just 2 slits, and a very wide mouth with no lips. She took off when she made eye contact, and as soon as she was indoors she called 911 and an officer was dispatched to our house. He looked around back to try and see if there was any damage or any sign of someone climbing on the roof, but there were no footprints nor damage. It was all in place. The officer just told us to lock the doors and windows and left. It's not like my sister to be terrified to the point of calling the police. Whatever this thing was though, I can only imagine what it was actually like to witness something like this in real life. To this day, both me and her get extremely uneasy, arriving home after dark, thinking that something might be waiting there for us. In high school, my buddies and I used to boat at Lake Powell during the summers, and we would camp at Lone Rock and hang out in Page, Arizona at night. One night, a local took us to the trading post on the edge of a reservation down there. On our way, our teenage tour guide was trying to spook us with some crazy native stories, telling us about the old medicine men and the lone rider. We had already heard of some bad omens, like a coyote crossing your path, but none of us were very superstitious. When we arrive, we find ourselves around several abandoned buildings, half falling apart, but still had a few walls standing. It was dark at 2 a.m., but you could see some graffiti and broken bottles on the ground. The structures weren't very tall, but instead were built down into holes in the ground. One building, we're told, was where a child had died after being locked in when her parents left and never returned. We all feel a little eerie, but jokingly try to startle each other or pretend we heard something from inside one of the dark buildings. The local who took us out there was playing along until she bolted for a car and screamed at us to get in. So we did. We peel out, and once we're back on the road, we are asking what happened. But she says she doesn't want to get into any trouble, and it's bad luck to talk about it. We think she's trying to draw us into some scary story, but she's not happy and not interested in talking about it. Once we're back in town, we're all hyped up and teasing each other about what happened. We head to the Warwick Resort to sneak into the hot tubs, and I go searching for an unlocked maid's closet in one of the buildings to find some towels, and while crossing the parking lot, I see what looked to me like someone's pet husky, but it's bigger, brown, and has a small head. It was just watching me. It's a way away. I figured the owner was close by, so I think nothing of it, and I return with towels. All while we're chilling in the hot tub, 5 feet apart, 2 giant owls land on the perimeter fence behind us. Nothing too crazy. I'm the only one who takes notice, but it seems a little out of sorts, and these birds are big. The next day we meet a native at the Taco Bell, and we're telling him about our adventure, and he warns us of the Skinwalkers. He tells us they do not like their territory being invaded and mocked. He cautioned us that they track their enemies disguised as coyotes or owls. Anyway, I don't go on late night reservation trips anymore. When I was younger, around 7 or 8 years old, I used to sleep with my parents in their bed. Their bedroom had a computer room with a window looking out to the driveway and up the cul-de-sac. One night, it was just me and my dad sleeping in the bed. I woke up in the middle of the night and looked out the window and saw a car with its high beam lights on, pulling all the way into our driveway. I awoke my dad and told him someone was in the driveway. He went to check, as well as I, and there were no cars anywhere. He said I just dreamt it. I know I didn't, but I didn't bother making a fuss. We went back to sleep. The same night, I woke up and saw a car out on the street with its lights on, illuminating the street in front of it. I got up and looked out the window, and someone was standing there. A very tall man was standing in front of the car, motionless in front of the headlights. I was so confused. I looked out the window for a few minutes before getting back into bed. I had no idea why the man was standing out there, and I had no idea why the car's headlights were facing him. Now this is where it gets weird. I sometimes sleep alone, admittedly scared because my parents weren't there. For some reason I was able to sleep in that eerie room sometimes, but it always made me uncomfortable. One night, I had my first and only experience with sleep paralysis. Funnily enough, I woke up, noticed I couldn't move, and went back to sleep. There were no demons on top of me or anything I could see in the room, and when I fell back asleep I had a dream of a tall, thin, purple figure standing over me. It had very large human-like eyes that were staring at me. I knew it wasn't human. It stood there for a while, and I was confused and curious. The figure then leaned over my bed and dissipated into the bed at the end of my feet. To this day, I think it was a form of an extraterrestrial being. It had to have been correlated to the first previous event, the car pulling into the driveway, the strange man standing out on the street. As I'm writing this, I'm not entirely sure if it was a car illuminating the tall man, or if that car was actually a UFO pulling into the driveway, which beamed lights towards our house. What I do know is that I think a lot about it. Now, this story takes a turn. I'm diagnosed with bipolar 1 disorder, which can switch over into psychosis if I become too manic. I've suffered from a psychotic break 3.5 years ago and lost my mind, during which I thought I could speak to aliens, and I couldn't stop reading religious texts. One day I was in my basement, going through the psychosis, and could see pink, blue and yellow lights shining through my basement window. Now you might be thinking it was the sun reflecting through the window. It was a windy, cloudy day, and the sun kept peeking through the clouds, causing the visual perception of lights to flicker in the window. Right? Well, why were there colourful lights moving in swirls and showing geometric patterns? There was a thin piece of white cardboard covering the window, so I could see exactly where the lights were hitting. The cardboard was translucent enough to see these strange shapes shifting. I went to the window, took off the cardboard, and there was nothing. The lights had vanished. And all I could see were the clouds moving quickly due to how windy it was, and the sun peeking through repeatedly, causing a flickering effect. I'm well aware that I could have been hallucinating, but there is another part of the story that makes it even more interesting. For some strange reason, I was making videos of myself joking around and being somewhat childish. But it was disturbing, because I was 18 at the time, and I rewatched one of the videos and heard a disoriented moan. I did not make that sound. It came as if someone had made a moan through the microphone. It sounded like it came from an electronic device. I later deleted the video after I came back to reality. The videos were so unimaginably cringy that I deleted the lot of them. Before the psychosis had begun, I went on a nighttime walk with my mother. As we turned a corner for about a second, I saw blue glowing light in the sky. It looked as big as the size of a dinner plate. That's how close it was. As I began to point to it, I turned to my mother, asking her if she sees it. As my mother turned towards me and asked me what I was talking about, the UFO retreated into the night sky, like it only wanted me to see it. I told my mother what I saw, and she gave me a concerned look. I laughed at excitement, because my dad had recently told me about a UFO he saw when he was younger. After that experience, I went psychotic. These events I experienced as a child, and the UFO encounters I had are 100% real to me. I believe in aliens, and I believe I was contacted. I'm 21 now and haven't seen anything since. I'm properly medicated and attend therapy now. I'm more stable than I've ever been. If any aliens are hearing this, I hope you guys weren't the ones that gave me this mental illness. Over the span of a week, I've had a number of strange encounters. It started when I was sitting in a vacant lot, with my buddy shooting the shit. We'd heard dogs crying and howling. We made a few jokes out of it, but then we watched a deer walk out, and it just didn't look right. It looked like something trying to look like a deer. Its legs didn't move right, and it looked like it was drunk. The deer eventually takes off, and we start to hear the dogs howling and sounding distressed. I was thoroughly spooked. Being native, I've heard plenty of spooky stories about skinwalkers, and as I started to drive, we both noted a putrid smell. The following night, as we were driving through town, I smelt it again. Rotten meat is the best description I have at the moment. A deer who looks odd, like the one spotted the night before, runs out and stares at my vehicle before darting off into the darkness. As we finish driving down the streets, we hear a man scream and nope the hell out of there. We head back to his house and sit and chill on the deck and theorize about what just happened, and we hear a low whistle. As I was walking back out to my vehicle, I could hear dogs howling again. A large black dog runs out from a house and stares me down before it takes off. I drove home with just the worst feeling of dread and uneasiness. I worked the next night as a security guard and had a small area to patrol, literally 2 trailers of equipment. I had walked around the trailers once and was about to do it once more when I heard an owl very close by. I kept walking and found a large feather in between these trailers. I was just there. It was laying right where I had shined my flashlight and seen nothing. I went home and was laying in bed and heard something walking around smacking the side of my house and heard something trying to open my bedroom window. I'm trying to be as rational as I can, but I'm starting to get freaked out. Could it potentially be a skinwalker? Before I was born, my mum would dream about aliens. More specifically, she would usually dream about the spaceships. After I was born, my mum started to dream that the aliens wanted to take me. She would always be upset in the dream, but apparently the people around her would tell her it's okay, she has to go. Fast forward a few years and I'm around 12. My mum wakes up in the middle of the night, feeling like she can't go back to sleep. She goes to the window and stares out of it. I wasn't there, so I can't corroborate this. But she says she saw a light in the sky zip from side to side, making no noise. Then it hovered over the house across the street for a while. Supposedly, it was there long enough for her to wake up my stepdad so he could come and look. He admitted seeing it at the time, but didn't want to talk about it later. He was very no-nonsense, very skeptical. Anyway, it eventually shot up and out of sight. Maybe this is nothing, who knows? So then a few years later, I have the first alien-related dream that I could vividly remember. I was at my grandpa's house in this clearing, staring up at the night sky, waiting for something. Then the sky turns purple, and a massive spaceship comes over the clearing. It's all black, with light coming from windows around the sides of it. I run to my car and the dream ends. Maybe a year after that, I wake up and there were 2 perfectly cut triangles in my sheets. These were brand new flannel sheets I had been given at Christmas. I still keep that sheet because it freaks me out. Maybe there was a flaw in the fabric from the beginning and it just ripped. It felt odd though, especially when I learned that many people report triangular body marks after an abduction. Then the strangest dream happens. I was about 19 or 20 years old. I was walking downtown when all of a sudden I was lifted into the air and my body starts to vibrate violently, kind of like a cartoon character when they get electrocuted. I flew through the air like this for a while, and then I was dropped off back at my porch. I was yelling but no sound came out, and then I looked down at my hand and there was a piece of metal and some wires sticking out. So I ripped it out of my hand and the dream ended. Although there was no specific alien contact in the dreams, I woke up thinking, my goodness, aliens. It felt so real. It was as if I was conscious through the dream. The last odd occurrence was 3 years ago. My mum started dating a guy, and they were talking, and one night he said, "I think I know what one of your fears is." And my mum was like, "Okay." And he said, "You're afraid your daughter will be abducted by aliens." So my mum is obviously shaken, and he says to not be afraid, that they always bring her back, don't they? My mum, still to this day, has not shared the whole conversation with me. My mum, my sister-in-law and I are all lying on the ground watching the Perseids meteor shower. I see a plane in the sky, only its lights aren't blinking like they normally would in a plane. Hey guys, I think that might actually be a satellite. And since this is the age of technology and instant answers, my mum pulls out her smartphone, looks up a list of visible satellites passing over our location that night, and it turns out that plane is actually the International Space Station reflecting sunlight back at us, which is totally wicked cool. And there's supposed to be another satellite passing over in about an hour or something. So I'm like, hell yeah, let's find it. But not in so many words since, I'm talking to my mum. Anyway, we continue to watch the meteor shower for the next 15 minutes or whatever. And while keeping an eye out for this next satellite to make its sluggish way across the sky, it hasn't even been a half hour yet, when I swear I see another non-blinking plane-like object in the sky in the general direction of the magic satellite chart. So we're like, okay, maybe it's ahead of schedule, cool. And we're all standing up, walking around to get a better view. Because, trees and whatnot. And all three of us are staring intently at this satellite, probably not even blinking, when it starts getting bigger. And the sudden realization hits us that it's not getting bigger, it's getting closer. Like, holy hell, it's gonna crash and we're all gonna die. I've never burnt those stupid notebooks from 7th grade. That's gonna be my only legacy. I'm about to ditch my family and book it the hell out of there. My sister-in-law, who is scared out of her mind of stuff like this and anything that's out of her control, is running in circles like in the cartoons. All the while my mum just starts standing there, chill as hell, when this thing changes its mind and turns the hell around and starts moving away from us and slowly starts to disappear. Minutes later, we saw the satellite we were originally looking for come in from one of the edges of the horizon and disappear over the other. I don't know what the hell that first thing was, but it didn't move fast and direct like a meteor, and it didn't blink or emit noises like a plane. My mum's convinced it was some kind of test flight of a military aircraft, since there's a military camp nearby, and I'm inclined to agree with her, but my sister-in-law swears she felt the air get hot as it moved closer. I did too, and I just chalk it up to adrenaline. My fiancé and I are hugely into camping. This particular season, where the incident happened, we discovered the perfect little hideaway clearing way out in the Crown Land, about an hour west/north of Cremona. We had made about 6 trips out there already, some with large groups of friends and some with just a couple of us. So we were starting to become quite familiar with the area we were exploring. This specific trip was a bigger one. We had about 10 people with us, one of whom is my lifelong best friend of 18 years. To add a little bit of context to this, my best friend and I strongly believe in extraterrestrials and paranormal events. So much so that we successfully signaled a UFO on a beach when we were 12. But that's a story for another time. My best friend and I, Kaylee, were talking about the UFO on the beach around the campfire with everyone. A choice few people were more interested than others. 5 of us decided it would be a really cool and super smart idea to try signaling something again. Before, we used a flashlight to create a specific pattern of flashes into the sky, so why not try again? I remembered the pattern, and after all, we grabbed a few flashlights, laid down near the beach, and began flashing lights into the sky. The first few minutes consisted of nothing but our half-inebriated giggles, but then Kaylee spoke up and asked if we were seeing what she was. We all focused hard on the sky, and lo and behold, there was a flickering light twice as prominent as the other stars, even Venus. I staggered in all directions for a few seconds, before setting on a steady trail over the tree line until we couldn't see it anymore. Thoroughly spooked, we jogged back to camp to tell everyone else what happened. Of course, most of them brushed it off as us acting like little drunks, but we all saw the exact same thing. Strange lights in the sky forgotten, we spent the next few hours around the fire with everyone. One of the more skeptical guys in the group went off to pee, but stopped right at the entrance to the clearing and said something along the lines of, what is that? Which caused the rest of us to see what he was looking at. Just a quick pause to set the scene. Our clearing that we camped in is smaller, only about 30 feet, set back into a tree line roughly 15 to 20 yards from the dirt road that runs through the Crown land. Directly across the road from our spot is a small river backing out onto the thick forest and low mountains for miles. When we got to the entrance, we saw a massive, brilliant spotlight shining over the highest mountain peak across the road. It almost looked like the sunrise, except it was 1 a.m. and entirely in the wrong direction. Someone's immediate reaction was to say it was a truck, but that was quickly discounted, because we knew the roads and the trails around there, and they certainly didn't go up the mountain. Another theory was that it might have been a combine, since there are plenty of farms around the area. More likely, except this light was so big it looked like the source would have had to have been as big as a medium-sized yacht. As we were arguing about the possibilities, the light started to slowly beam across the mountaintop, like it was moving sideways. Definitely not a combine. The light would have had to have pointed in the direction it was moving instead of focusing on our direction the whole time, just slowly riding left and right. We all started staring at it in awe, at this weird light for about 10 more seconds, until it darted back across the ridge to its original position, all the while still shining towards us. It moved way too fast for a vehicle or farm equipment, and we no longer had any theories of what it was coming from. A very few short seconds after it stopped, it faded away so slowly you couldn't even tell it was dimming unless you looked away for a second or two. Eventually it disappeared completely. Thoroughly creeped out and chilled to the bone from the early September weather, we quickly made our way back to the fire. None of us can explain the light we saw that night, but it definitely left us all with a very uneasy feeling. I had nightmares the remaining 2 nights we were there, but there were no more unexplainable events after that. I remember growing up that I used to spend a few weekends at my grandparents' place. They lived on the reservation, not too far from the Bitsty wilderness. My grandpa used to have these 3 dogs. He called them his protectors. He used to tell me that they were his alarm system, and they would alert him if anything approached the house. He told me that something would visit them at night, and the dogs would go crazy, bark, and chase something around the house at night. My grandpa had asked me to start digging large holes in the ground so that he could bury the dogs' houses underground. My grandpa said that it would give the dogs an advantage at night. Whatever came at night wouldn't be able to see them until it was too late. Several days went by and it was quiet. Nothing visited the house at night. But one moonless night, it was very dark, and I heard the first dog to the north barking. He started to make a growling sound, and it sounded like he was fighting something. I heard the 2 other dogs come running up to help the other one. I heard a yelp, and by then my grandpa was already up and shot his rifle in the air. Whatever came that night had left, and the dogs settled down. The next morning we found blood and some long hair around the dog's house, and my grandpa found a finger that had a turquoise ring still on the finger. He believed that a dog had ripped off the finger of a skinwalker. After my parents had heard about the commotion, I couldn't stay there much longer, and I had to leave. About a week later, the dogs had died. 2 of them had died from their skin being torn from their bodies, and the other one was decapitated. My grandparents had to enlist the help of a medicine man to keep the skinwalker away. Let me take you back 5 months, when the whole Storm Area 51 craze was happening. It was on the news, and I was sitting there with my grandma. Unbothered, she looks at me and goes, "You know, aliens landed on our local beach in the 70s. They keep their ship hidden under the sand. That's why we haven't had a hurricane since. Now listen, y'all. My grandma is very old school, conservative, religious, and doesn't even joke around. When she said this, I thought she was joking. But she went back to watching the news like she hadn't said anything. And for context, my aunt is one of my neighbors. Later, when I went to check my mail, I saw my aunt sitting on her lawn and went to tell her what Grandma said. Again, unbothered, my aunt goes, "Yeah, that's true. That's why part of the beach is sectioned off." I thought for sure this was some kind of elaborate prank. But later I saw another neighbor and told them the craziness, and they agreed. I looked it up and there were a bunch of news stories from the town claiming that the major reason storms won't hit my area, even though we're in a high-risk zone for hurricanes, is because of the aliens protecting their ship. Last night, my fiancé and I saw something so weird. We were driving to Charlotte from Florida. We passed by some town, I think it was York, and we were on the interstate. We noticed something that looked like 3 street lights, kind of in a triangle form. However, we didn't see the pole. It was in a construction zone, so I expected it to be just random construction stuff. We were driving for maybe 5 minutes and we never actually got closer to the lights. I was keeping a close eye on them because it had now caught my attention. A fast light came from the left of the sky that was kind of smaller, zooming across, and then a 90-degree angle swooped down right in front of the 3 lights. Then the furthest light, on the end, suddenly got 3 times its original size and dissolved, aka got super small all of a sudden while zooming to the top and right of the sky. The 2 were still there, but then faded and zooped to the top left of the sky. I can't really understand what I saw, but I swear on my life I've never seen any plane go as fast as they went, and the angles that they zoomed at so sharply. I was about 14 years old when this first thing happened to me. I was home alone during the holidays. I got a few inches of snow where I lived. I was looking out the window and saw deer tracks right by my house. I noticed that they were very close to my house, so I walked outside to check it out. When I first saw the normal deer prints, but as the steps got closer to my house, the strides got longer and longer. Then finally, as I got to the back door, I looked down and saw that the animal tracks looked nothing like an animal, as if it started to walk on 2 legs. It looked almost as if it were a human footprint that were about the size of mine. I froze and looked around to see the footprints continued around my house until they walked right back into the woods. I've taken a video of what I found, but deleted it because I thought no one would ever believe me, as it was hard to see the prints in the video. I never spoke about it until this next event. This was April 2018. I was 18 years old and woke up at 4 a.m. one night and was very confused as to why. I didn't have a dream that would wake me, and right as I started to fall back asleep I began to hear this drumming. It sounded like something close to tribal drumming that you hear in old western movies that's featured in Native Americans. I woke up with fear and rolled away from the window and pulled the covers over my head. I heard it closer and closer to my window. I could hear my brother from the other room yelling for help. My dad comes downstairs trying to figure out what's wrong when I hear him stop mid-sentence to observe the noise. He went right around my house to my brother's window and then just stopped. I went to sleep as soon as it ceased. My eldest brother came up to me the next day and asked me if I heard the drumming, along with my dad and my brother's girlfriend at the time. To add to how creepy the whole thing was, I went outside to investigate what happened, and we saw not only footprints to my window and my brother's, but no indication of where it went once it stopped playing. We also saw by the mailbox that whatever was playing the drums sat down before coming to my window. Now, I knew what a Skinwalker was before the two events happened, and I'm convinced that somehow these two events are related. It was 4 years apart, but I just can't shake the feeling of these two things that happened at my house. What I am about to share is something that occurred to me when I was young, around 7. I'm 21 now, and I still have no idea what I saw. Me and my mum stayed in my uncle's house when we went to Mexico, and during the daytime, it was nothing close to scary. The room we stayed in had a window that covered the entire back wall, so when we opened the curtains, we had a clear view of the road and the woods behind the house. It was around 10 p.m. when I was in bed ready to go to sleep. Suddenly I had the urge to look out the window. I looked up and back out the window because obviously I was laying down, so my head was tilted. I saw 5 lights, all different colors, circling the neighbor's house and the woods behind us. In Mexico, there are what my mum called witches or lechuzas, but I don't think that's what they were. I also don't think it was aliens or a UFO. They all had their own motion and speed, they weren't synchronized. I woke up my mum and she saw them as well. She told me to go close the curtains and ignore it. Well, when she was asleep, I decided to get up and open the door, which was on the opposite side of the window facing the front of the house. As soon as I opened it, I saw another light. It was right in front of me. It was not close, but it was straight ahead and appeared to be hovering only a few feet above the ground. It was glowing a yellowish orange. I closed the door, of course, scared as hell, and I stared at it from behind the door. I stayed there for a solid 5 minutes, and then the light slowly dimmed out. I have no clue what I experienced that night. Has anyone else gone through something similar? What was it that I saw? I was visiting my cousin's house. I have 4 cousins, 2 twin girls aged 10, and then the older brother aged 21, and other older brother aged 26. I was sleeping in the room with the cousin of my age, 21. We heard things falling in the girls' room right next to where we were. We assumed it was just them playing, but one of them started talking to the other, and they were across the room. So my cousin stepped out of the room to go check, and I watched over his shoulders through the doorway. Right as the girls were explaining that stuff was falling without provocation, a sort of humanoid type thing came bursting out the closet. It looked humanesque, but was much longer and thinner and ran on all 4 legs. It ran out the house, broke the front door hinge, and straight through the screen door. We called the police immediately, and they were there within 5 minutes. They looked in a 5-mile radius and nothing was found. They gathered DNA from the door, as apparently the thing was cut by shattering wood on the door, as there was still a small amount of blood on it. They ran tests, and it was determined to be inconclusive. They said it was similar to human DNA, but not in the way ape DNA is similar. It wasn't a human though, they knew that much. So to this day we have had no incidents with whatever this thing is. They still live in the house, have no problems, but we have zero explanation for what happened, and what the thing was, and how it got into the house. This morning, I left the house early, 4:45 to be exact. I had an early appointment and needed to drive about 3 hours to get to my destination. I usually take the main roads, but I decided to take the back roads that drive through an Indian reservation. That road would save me about 45 minutes, and I would have plenty of time when I get to my appointment. I have heard the stories about skinwalkers, and I never thought I'd see one. This morning, I'm sure I did. I was driving about 60 on a reservation road when I came across a herd of horses. I slowed down, thinking that a horse might cross my path and that I might have an accident. I didn't see any other cars on that road. Something caught the corner of my eye. It was something shadowy and moving beside my car. I turned to look at it, and it was just outside my view, and I looked into the mirror. That's when I saw a face. It looked like an old woman. The face was painted white. It looked horrible. It was ghastly, very wicked and ugly looking. I looked away and screamed and slammed on the gas. I was in full panic, with no intention of looking back, and I kept driving as quickly as I could. I was a mess. I wanted to cry and pull over and try to get some composure, but I wouldn't dare stop on that road. I finally made it to the main road, and I felt at ease that there were more cars on the road. My heart was racing, and I was having a panic attack. I'll never take that road again. I have no idea what I saw, but I'm guessing that it was a skinwalker. Somewhere between June 27th, 1980 and April 23rd, 1981, I had a strange experience. This experience is the one that I have the most difficulty discussing with people. Part of the difficulty is that it was an experience that still frightens me when I think of it. The other part is the fear of people thinking I'm crazy. Of course, by sharing it with all of you, I am defeating that fear. We were living in Aberdeen, Maryland, on an army base. Not quite sure what a Marine was doing on an army base. We lived in military housing on the base. The house was a 2-story brick townhouse, and all of the houses on the base looked the same. I had a large bedroom and a king-size bed all to myself. On this night, I was sleeping. At the time, I slept with the light on, but dimmed because I was afraid of the dark. I woke up in the middle of the night and had an urge to play my kid-sized electric piano. I crawled out of bed and quietly walked to the piano across the room. I turned it on and sat back down on the bed while it warmed up. When I was certain that it was ready, I walked back to the piano and pushed the 2 lowest keys. I believe that Topher, my husband, told me a few weeks ago that these are usually A and B notes. The notes let out this low, depressive moan. I held the keys down for a while, not sure how long, and when I let go, I turned and looked at my closet. Standing there in my closet and reaching out for me were 4 beings. They had pale, slightish grey skin. They had large, black eyes. 2 slits made their nose, and non-existent ears and small mouths. They were all reaching out to me with their 4-digited hands. They wore black jumpsuits, and on the front of the jumpsuit was a metallic silver triangle logo, top pointed down, and emblazoned across the triangle was a blue metallic lightning bolt. They didn't move towards me. They just stood there at the door of the closet, reaching towards me. I ran towards the bed, hid my head under the covers and began to scream. Instantly, my mum and dad were there asking what was going on. I explained to them that the Coneheads were coming after me. I'm sure I had seen the Coneheads on Saturday Night Live at some point, and they were the only things that I remotely related to what I had seen, though they were nowhere close. I told them that I had played my piano, and then all of a sudden the Coneheads were reaching for me from my closet. Mum stayed in the bed to comfort me, while Dad walked over to the piano and pushed a key. Sure enough, the piano was on. As the key made the note, I told my dad to stop or they'd return. I don't know if I even went to sleep with my parents that night. or if I managed to fall back asleep after they spent some time with me, assuring me that there weren't coneheads in the closet. The next morning, my dad took the piano outside and smashed it with a sledgehammer. In hindsight, I find that to be a rather odd reaction. It wasn't until years later, while I was in junior high, that I was watching Unsolved Mysteries, that I happened to see an illustration of what had appeared in my closet. These illustrations were from people who were abducted by aliens. My mum and sister were asleep when I was watching this show, and my dad was deployed in Kuwait for the Persian Gulf War. Upon seeing the images, I dropped to my knees and began shaking and crying. The images were exactly what I had seen, except most of the images of the greys didn't have clothes on. Until finally there was one image, a drawing of a grey wearing a black jumpsuit, and on the jumpsuit was the triangle insignia. No lightning bolt though. From time to time, I mentioned that night to my parents, and they have absolutely no recollection of me screaming my head off about the coneheads. They do remember the destruction of my piano though. Was I abducted? I don't know. Why did they come to me? Did pushing the lowest note on my piano call them? Or was it just a coincidence? Will they come back? Originally, I would tell you that I hope the hell not. But maybe if they did, maybe I could get the answers that I have been looking for. Out back of my own 30-acre property, there is a big grove of eucalyptus trees. I was walking out there to get to the river because me and my friends were going to drink some beer and generally chill by the river. But when we walked by the trees, that I've walked by thousands of times before with no weirdness, I thought I saw a little kid peeking out from one of the bigger trees. So, I told my friends to look right there where the kid or whatever it was hiding. And about a 4-foot-tall humanoid thing peeked out, with its pale, white-like greyish colour. It had a weird head, and honestly that's about as descriptive as I could be. As the moment I saw it, my hair stood up, and I ran as fast as I could back to my house to grab a gun. We still go past those trees to get to the river, but never do so without firearms. I wish I had not been so scared, because I feel like I should have filmed it. A number of years ago, I was coming home late at night. I was driving and minding my own business. I had just been seeing a friend. It couldn't have been past 11. And as I was making my way across the road, doing the 15-minute journey back home, do I notice something in the distance? Lights flickering in the sky. Bear in mind, this is the 1980s, and I understand it to be a plane and think nothing more of it. As I continue my journey through the winding countryside, do the lights start to become a bit brighter? I wonder if they're getting closer, which is slightly concerning, but I try to put it to the back of my mind as I'm nearly home. But within a very short amount of time, the lights shoot ever closer towards my direction, until I think they're gone, and finally, I look up and notice that they are above me. It's at this point I just about crap myself. I have no idea what's about to happen. I keep driving, unsure of what to do, and the lights are completely silent, flashing down on my vehicle. I try driving faster, but they noiselessly and effortlessly keep speed. I'm starting to get terrified. What is this? Who are they? What do they want? I drive home as quickly as I can, and just when I'm about to round the corner to pull into our driveway, the lights are gone. I pull up, exit my vehicle, and look out into the sky. I can't see anything. Was it all in my head? I try and hope that it is. I try and dismiss the whole event and forget it ever happened, when a few days later, I'm meeting up with my friend, and he looks at me and is rather pale. I ask him what's up, and he tells me in a confidential tone that something strange happened to him. He says he saw lights in the sky and that they chased him while he was driving. I look at him in incredulity and confess the same thing happened to me. I asked him what noise the thing made, and he said it was completely silent, and it was one of the scariest encounters of his life. Upon realizing we both had the same event, we kept it quiet. We didn't want people to think us crazy. We tried not to speak of it again, but it's always played on my mind, what we really saw and what was following us in our small town. This was at about 3:35 in the afternoon, and it was clear as day, obviously. And I live in Harriman, Utah. It's known for skinwalkers, especially Skinwalker Ranch, but I am very sure of what I saw. My mum and I had just got back from picking me up from school, and we also got McDonald's on our way back. My house has these huge windows that face the mountain, because we basically live on it, and there are only a few other things behind us. But I was just enjoying eating my McDonald's and watching the TV, when I saw a large, dark figure running on the mountain. This thing was taller than the trees, which were about 8 feet tall, and was running faster than a human can through trees and sagebrush type weeds. At first I thought nothing of it, because I assumed it must be an elk or something. Then I realized it was running on 2 legs, and the last time I checked, elk or deer don't run on 2 legs. I began freaking out, and to this day still don't know what it was. I ran to get my stepdad's binoculars, but it was already too late. Could it be a skinwalker? When I was in high school, I had a dream one night where I was driving with my parents down an old back road in the middle of the night. A star fell from the sky and landed in an open field where I was overcome with a bright white light. Next thing I remember, I was on a cold, very hard metal table, with 2 grey humanoid-looking creatures standing over me. Here's the thing I remember so vividly. I could see the reflection of the lights in their huge black eyes. The one on my right said something in these click sounds to the humanoid on my left, and they looked at each other. They were wearing white lab coats. I was in a huge white room, overhead lighting seeming to come from nowhere. An ear-splitting scream came from my right shoulder. When I turned and looked, there was a woman who looked like she'd just given birth, and blood was everywhere. I did not see the child she birthed. There was another humanoid creature in the way. For some reason or another, I don't know if I was told telepathically, or if it was just a sense of knowing and understanding, but I knew I was next to give birth. Keep in my mind I'm a 16-year-old virgin from high school. Never even kissed a boy, should not be pregnant in any way, shape or form. I then woke up. Nothing weird about my day. I go to school, but in my last period, I heard this girl telling her friend that last night she saw a star fall from the sky and explode in a white light. I just about crapped myself right there and then. I still have no explanation for what happened. This happened a few years ago when I was mountain walking. We started as a large group, but after some time of everyone choosing their own pace, I ended up walking by myself. I was walking downhill through a thick forest area when I slipped on an unstable part of the trail, and I slid on my butt to where the path goes straight. Before I could get up, A deer walks out of the trees on my left and stands in front of me. This was not natural, because deers usually avoid human contact. Something was really off about this deer, and I wasn't sure what it was. Its eyes looked lifeless, and its aura was that of unease. Then it opened its mouth to show multiple rows of what looked like razor-sharp teeth, and made an ear-shattering scream. It sounded like nothing I had ever heard before or since. It sounded unreal, like it shouldn't exist. I watched quite a lot of horror movies, and I'm yet to come across a scream this demonic. After the scream ended, it closed its jaw and walked away to the other side of the woods. I never told this story to anyone before. I've heard the stories of other mountain walkers, and anyone who shares stories like this gets labeled as insane. But I know what I saw. Hell, I can't forget, no matter how much I try, and it still gives me a shiver to this day. This story has been passed down through my family. They called it the Indian's Devil. All I know is that my great-great-great-grandfather was courting his wife and had to walk 12 miles up the old island road. The story goes that something jumped out of the trees at him. It had the hands and feet and face of a man, but the body of an ape. It followed him for miles, mocking him and then running away. The local Aboriginal people call it a devil, and always told their children to stay close or it might snatch them. They knew this thing. So I asked Grampy what happened, and he said that my great-great-great-grandpa was so upset that he took to his bed for 4 days. He then got a bunch of men together and they tracked it down and shot it. One time, I was out in the back with my uncle stargazing. I saw what looked like a shooting star, and I said, "Look." My uncle turned around and missed it, but we saw something else. It was a dark, dim, red, kind of ellipse-shaped object. It moved across the sky at a slightly faster than airplane speed, but slower than a shooting star. At this point, it looked to me like a floating ember. I expected it to fall. It went about halfway across the sky and stopped completely for a whole second, maybe 2, and then moved at a right angle to the right, twirled around a bit and shot across the sky to the left. It went really fast. As it reached the other side of the sky, my eyes began to lose focus. "I can't see it anymore," I said. My uncle, who had been following with me all this time, pointed to it further down. I acknowledged it and pointed to it further up. It was doing a loop-de-loop and twists and turns all over that little part of the sky, and then faded away. I would have thought I imagined it had my uncle not been there. He was not just going along with me, because at times he pointed it out, and that's where I saw it. We have ruled out meteorite, shooting stars, planes and birds and such, because they don't come to a dead stop, don't turn so easily at an angle, don't fly erratically, and don't fly at that speed. It was a UFO. Alien or not, it was weird. Later that night, I heard what sounded like a plane flying low over my house, but it sounded unfamiliar, more high-pitched than a usual jet. I looked out and saw lights, but it was a row of red and green and white in a vertical line flying away from me ahead of my house. In my mind, it resembled an aircraft carrier at sea, but they don't fly, right? Especially not where I live. While I believe in life elsewhere, I don't believe they would pay us visits anytime soon. If anyone could offer any explanation, I would appreciate it. I live in the countryside, in an old cottage on its own, surrounded by forest and fields. There's a dirt road about 8 miles long, which takes you to a small town called Bampton, in Oxfordshire. It was about 11 p.m., and I went out with my dog to take him on a walk, as I had been at work all day and hadn't done it yet. So anyway, we were going down the dirt road when my dog froze. And no matter how many times I said his name, he ignored me. All of a sudden I turn to see this deer thing looking at me. Half-dead face, and it had blood and flesh falling off its leg. It had a bone showing, and it stared at me for what felt like 8 minutes before it jumped on its back legs, sort of like how a horse does, then ran away on all fours. I ran back to my house, and when I got there I heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the direction of the woods. I was scared, to say the least. What the hell was that? About 2 years ago, as a junior in college, I saw something that is quite inexplicable. It was a Friday night, and like most every other weekend, I was driving to my hometown, which was only about a 45-minute trip. It was around midnight when I began to see the general glow of lights from my city as I approached my hometown on the interstate. As I was looking at the glow of my town, 3 vibrant green lights appeared in the night sky, way out in the distance in front of me and well above the city. These 3 lights were equidistantly lined up on top of each other and were strangely vivid. All 3 lights zoomed from about the middle of my field of vision in the car, and then to the left before disappearing. It was only about 2 or 3 seconds, but the lights quite obviously covered quite a bit of distance in a very short amount of time. After seeing this short but quite amazing display, I burst out in a fit of obscenities. I've always been a skeptic towards UFOs or anything paranormal, and have never looked for anything of the sort. But there was no denying that I had seen something wholly mystifying that night that I will never forget. This wasn't a result of some kids shooting a laser pointer in the sky, and the visual display was certainly not from any nearby buildings. I'm completely positive that it wasn't any sort of commercial aircraft due to the fact of the time, and because I was living in rural Arkansas at the time. It's very hard to articulate exactly what I saw that night, and as a result, no one ever shares in my astonishment. It was certainly one of those things where you would have just had to have been there. Oh, and I was definitely not under the influence of any drugs. Figured I should just point that out. It was our 2nd year in our new house in the suburbs, specifically in the Philippines, Cagayan de Oro City. I was 8 years old when I first discovered that the thing I thought just exists in stories was actually true, and I experienced it. It was a Sunday afternoon when we were told to get our butts moving because we were going to go to the mall. I was excited and happy that after a long weekend, I could go to spend a day at the mall playing at the arcade. So normally I would get too excited and active. I took a shower and was so loud and noisy, and little did I know stuff was about to hit the fan. I was asking my babysitter if she saw where my shirt was, and she pointed it out to my left side. And when I tried to look towards where my shirt was, my head slowly tilted to the right. I didn't bother it at first, and naturally I tried to move my head straight, but, to my inconvenience, a very sharp pain took my neck, slowly and slowly. I couldn't do anything but tilt my head to the right. I shouted to everyone in the house for help, and my babysitter rushed to me. At first she thought I was joking, till she realized that I was in pain. So what we did was go to my grandma's sister to check on me, and she replied, "Itim na duende." She was annoyed by my antics, that I was too noisy, so slapping me was enough to make me realize my rudeness. A duende is a dwarf-like creature in Filipino folklore. From what I remember, there are 2 types of them, the ones that are mostly good and the evil types. And to my stupid luck, I pissed off one of the bad ones. After we visited my grandmother's sister, we eventually went into the mall. I ate KFC, and I specifically remember what I ate. It was spaghetti. I think they only served that in the Philippines, by the way. After that, we went home. A few days later, I can tilt my head a bit further to the other side and look like a normal person again. My mum heard what happened to me and told my babysitter to offer a black native chicken as a peace offering for my misdeeds. Then the day after, I was back to normal. After the encounter, we let our house be blessed by a Maganamont, a witch doctor, but specializing in healing instead of hurting. And nothing bad paranormal ever happened there again. I was around 7 or 8, and every morning when I would wake, I would go into my grandma's room and lay in bed with her until she awoke. One morning, I go in and get the blankets and lay down with her. I look over, and next to the dresser in front of the closet are 2 6 to 8 inch little men. I just stared at them frozen because I was terrified. I finally closed my eyes and hoped they would go away. I opened them up and they were gone. I've always wondered if what I saw was real, but I can picture it so vividly, like I can even remember what they were wearing. One had a red shirt and the other had an orange shirt. I'm 30 now, and to this day I am profoundly terrified of garden gnomes, like panicky, sweaty, and racing heart kind of scared. Any idea what they could have been, or if I have a good reason to be afraid of them?